It is April 10, 2023. And if you can believe it, it is the last Book of Mondays you are ever going to see. Because I'm done with it. We're 20 zones away. And we're just going to do it all tonight. / tomorrow. And it's gonna be done. I preemptively booted up zone 480, which is what we left off on. My voice is already gone. We haven't even started. You'll have to excuse me. I haven't been feeling too well the last couple days. Mostly just like seasonal allergy stuff messing with me. But I've queued up 480. I took the liberty of re-rolling off stream before starting so that we start off with a 5-piece. But this is it. This is the final push to zone 500, the final 500th zone of Silent Hill Book of Memories. Kibbs, thank you so much for the 17 months. And Uni, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 3 months.
Step right up. We've got just about everything.
And thank you guys just for coming by and being here. Welcome to the beginning of the end.
Enjoy it now.
Upload your save file after you're done. I'm definitely going to back it up. Definitely going to back up the save file. What's up, everybody? Hope you've all been doing well. You know it's a special occasion. We've got the webcam on. God, that's so cheap. It spawned a tremor where it's going to walk directly into the invincibility. Okay, there. I managed to get it before the next tremor spawned in. And Pyramid Head is spawning stuff in. God damn it, another invincible. And we have bloated. It's a 5-piece, but bloated enemies, especially boss enemies like Pyramid Head and stuff like that, can easily still make this unbeatable. Please just die. Thank you. Sell your save file on eBay, you'll get tens of dollars. Now, you usually need a buyer to get any sort of dollars. And I don't think anybody out there gives a shit about buying a 500 zone save file for this game. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's a market for that, but I don't think so. Wow. Sit here and just melt this butcher down. Hey, Yami. Hey, Hirimi. Hey, Tufui. There's the butcher. There's the butcher one shot. Come on. Jesus. When everything turns white, it like fucks with the webcam. It's appropriate. Imagine if the game goes beyond 500. I have it on pretty good authority that it doesn't. Okay, good. Mission failed. That means I can leave. That's all I needed. I don't even need to actually do that mission. That's just the optional Voltiel thing. I just wanted to be able to leave that room. Hey, Jumbletuff. Nub went Super Saiyan for a second. Yeah, I don't use a cam a whole lot. And despite having like a pretty good green screen and stuff like that, it can be sort of finicky. So there might be a little bit of weirdness. Such as the screen going white and going Super Saiyan for a minute or two. It's fine. It just goes to a secret sequel. I mean, at this point, Tom Hewlett and Adam Tierney pretty much confirmed this is a game that stops its own 500. So I don't think we're going to get any special surprise stuff beyond that.
Sorry about the venue.
It seems fine. Is it not?
Hi, Giant Nurse. We're just going to stand here and look at the Giant Nurse until she lets us leave. Because why not? Does she do something cool? Not really. I think you have the option of just killing her or waiting and then leaving. Well, there she goes. You rub her? I don't want to. Don't want to do that. Let's go back. Kill me, Butcher. I should probably go ahead and stop at Howard. It's actually kind of a pain in the ass that his shop is right at the very start of the zone. I mean, it's only a 5-piece, so we don't have to worry about backtracking too much, but...
Take your time. There's plenty of it.
Yo, what's up, Techie?
Spend those memories wisely.
It's happening. I've been working at this damn save file.
Don't you waste that.
Little by little.
Good luck out there.
Since 2018. To finally be done with all 500 zones of this stupid game. We're 20 away. And I'm just going to do them all right now. We're doing them all this stream. Bogeyman does not feel like taking damage right now. Oh, now he does. Oh, it's being like weird. It's being extra weird. It's being kind of laggy with the hit detection. See, now that could potentially happen where we run into some sort of game-breaking thing where we can't even get to 500. Because none of this has been play tested. And there's very little info about getting all the way to zone 500 in this game. Like, there's almost no information. It's part of the reason why I wanted to do this, is to just have very clear, streamed, recorded evidence of playing from zone 1 to zone 500. Because I just don't think very many people have done it. Certainly nobody else has recorded it. Live streamed all of it. So yeah, there's just like not a whole lot of info on even doing this. Healthy Butcher. That could be a reroll right there. I mean, we might have enough. I think we might have enough to kill him. But you see, like, when I talk about how stupid the enemy modifiers can be in this game, this is just one modifier on top of one little sub-boss. A butcher with a healthy modifier. He's not bloated or steel or anything else on top of that, which he could be. And look what it takes. Look what it actually takes to fucking kill him. With one of the strongest weapons in the game. Completely wear down 2 Princess Wands into the point where they're about to break. And then repair them, and then still keep shooting it. What a challenging boss you defeated. That was intense. The challenging part is that if I would have misspaced it, if I would have stood a pixel too far backward away from him, he would have thrown a hatchet at me that just kills me in one single hit. And if I would have gotten too close to him, he would have swung his hatchet at me, or slammed it into the ground, or done any number of things that also would have killed me in one hit. That's how this game works. This game's all about the grind, pretty much. Wood Guardian. Oh shit, it's Jeff. I mean Nubs. Yeah, it is me, Jeff from Dead by Daylight. I know you said you look like him, but wow, that's uncanny. I even have like literally a whole Jeff cosplay sitting in the closet behind me. It sounds pretty punishing, but it's more demanding than I thought, too. I mean, you would think that, and, you know, there are games out there where that level of, like, punishing and what it demands of you as a player, you know, like Dark Souls or Elden Ring. There's plenty of spots where, depending on where you go off and how you've leveled and everything, you can run into those same kind of scenarios. You're running around fighting some enemy, and as long as you don't get hit, it's fine. But then as soon as you get hit, you're just one shot. Like, you just die in a single hit. But yeah, this game is like mind-numbingly repetitive. There's no depth or anything to the combat. They try to pretend like there is, because they include like all these different mechanics. There's combo mechanics, and like if you get a certain number of timed hits on enemies, you can like potentially instant kill them. God, I'm just trying to drop this stupid thing. So this is a Vita game, by the way, so it forces you to do a lot of motion control, or not motion, touch control, screen touch control and stuff. And none of it works very well or is intuitive. Most of the VODs I watched of Nub, he had his head shaved. Appreciate the metal look. Yeah, like, I've been streaming for a long fucking time, since 2011. And I've been doing Silent Hill stuff since 2015. 2015 or 2016 probably would have been the first time that I streamed with a webcam or showed my face or anything. And over the years, I've completely shaved my head and grown it out the way you see now, where it's pretty much down to like almost my waist. Everything in between. Because I've shaved my head on stream before for charity. That was... last time I did that was in 2019. A little bit less than 4 years ago. But my hair grows crazy fast. So a lot of people who were watching the stream at that time, when I shaved my head and did all that for charity, I was like telling people, it'll grow back. It'll all grow back super quick. And I streamed with a webcam for a little while afterwards so that people could see within like 6-8 weeks, it went from completely shaved, like buzzed down, to shaggy. And then yeah, if I don't cut it for a couple of years, it turns into this. Basically like a 1.5 to 2 years without cutting it, and it's completely down my back. That's kind of where it's at now. Stop. Stop. Stop it. Great genes. got white coming yet? Oh, there's plenty of white and silver in my hair and in my beard. A lot of it doesn't really show up because of the lighting and the webcam stuff, but yeah, there's a lot of silver and gray there. That's also part of the genetics trade. My hair, I will probably never go bald. Like, it's very, very unlikely that that would happen based on family genetics. But there's a good chance it'll all be silver within the next like 5 to 10 years, probably, if that. Usually whenever I cut it is whenever the most gray and silver starts showing up. And because I haven't cut it in a long time, it's kind of put a bit of a stop to that. But if I were to like completely buzz it and grow it all back again, it would probably be more silver than black. Atlantic Cheer, thank you so much for the sub. Very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate the support. There's a room right here that I skipped. I'm hoping that's not an orb. I should probably check it before I get too far. It's just that one room. And I'm about to go explore the whole, like, other side of this map. Oh, and I realize my webcam is floating a little bit up high. Like a little bit of the level below the edge of the frame. Here we go. All right. Orb? No orb. There was a key though. That can be just as important. So I'm glad I checked. Should get a haircut, but so many people make comments about it. I said fuck it and just grow it out of spite now. Every time I have to like go through and clean around the house and sweep and stuff, and like, I mean, my hair is everywhere. You would think fucking we're being haunted by Sadako. There's just long black strands of hair all over the house. And it's funny because like sometimes I'll complain about it or Rachel will complain about it. And I'll be like, it's fine, I can just shave my head, Rachel. And she's immediately like, no. Not an option. Not acceptable. Oh, why are you not frozen? Okay, that could have killed me. Still might fucking die. Hair started falling out at 22, started shaving it off instead of trying to cover it up. Honestly, if you have the genetics where you do start losing your hair, I think that's the better way to go about it. I think if you like lean into it and start shaving it, or like specifically, you know, going with it rather than trying to do a lot of the cover-up stuff, it winds up looking better. Embrace it, and if you can, get buff. People are not going to focus on your hair. God damn. Just get fucking ripped. Beat the shit out of anybody who calls you baldy. That's one way to live your life. I'm not here to judge. Does save time and money since no haircuts. I mean, I save money, time and money on no haircuts as well. I bet you can shower a lot faster than I can, though.
Cutting straight to business, I see. It's good to be well supplied. Now don't you waste that. See you again.
Went to high school with a guy that started losing his hair at 17. I mean, I've had friends who've had hair loss from like a super young age. It's not that uncommon. My genetics are just the total opposite end of that. Where I've known, you know, people and had friends who started losing their hair at a pretty young age. Me, I had like a fucking mustache by the time I was 14. So that was the other side. Was being like 14, 15 and then suddenly looking like I'm 24. But that's fine. It evened out over the course of my life. I'm 35 now. How old would you say that I look? I feel like 35 is the correct answer. I feel like I look my age now. Maybe a bit older. Especially if you see me in person and see all the gray. But not by much. What's up, Elf Bar? Is it true not everyone can grow a mustache? Of course it's true. Plenty of people who don't grow facial hair or don't grow much facial hair. I think we can already say what's at the end. It's disappointment. It's been disappointment for 200 something hours up until this point. I don't think it's going to suddenly change once we hit zone 500. Hey, Livlin. 5-piece zone. Let's go. Heard in a previous stream you were maybe planning to play Higurashi. If so, are you aware of the 7th mod? Because if not, the Higurashi community heavily recommends it for improving the modern release, even for a blind playthrough. Plus, it got voice acting. I will look into that for sure. Thank you for the heads up. It's not something that I was aware of. But yeah, if there is like voice acting would definitely help a lot. Right now, I'm considering playing through the games, but not on stream. Just because reading all of the dialogue for several visual novels, and I mean there's like 9 of them or something, it's a lot. It's a whole fucking lot. That's a lot of strain on my voice and stuff as well. So it was something that I was considering doing off stream, and then maybe just making a video kind of summarizing my thoughts on it. But if there is like a mod to do some of, if not all of it, with voice acting and like some more quality of life type stuff, then yeah, I might look into that. Because if it would basically be things that make it a better experience to stream and for people to watch as stream, then yeah, that would definitely be something to consider. Hitting zone 500 should give you shares in Konami. The stonks. Give me them stonks.
So what can I do for you? Spend those memories wisely now. I do believe you. Thanks for your business.
The law of Let's Plays. There's someone out there who really loves this game. I don't doubt it. There's always somebody out there. Every game is somebody's favorite game. But whoever out there claims
I'm so happy
that Book of Memories is your favorite game, you're not streaming it or making videos on it or making enough content about it. Because there's not much out there. So you're leaving it to people like me who fucking hate it, but are gonna do it anyway. I got stuck on the fucking dogs. And if I wasn't gonna get one shot by the Raw Shock, I got one shot by the Butcher. Super Saiyan! Yeah, I had a feeling that might be the save point. That'd be such a shit post to do. Give someone like 1% of stock in Konami. You know, Konami, I mean, like,
Spend those memories wisely.
Konami is successful as a business. I don't know. That would not necessarily be like a bad thing.
Until next time.
I don't think they're the most successful when it comes to like video games, although they are at the very least like trying again. They're sort of showing interest again. But if like all the new games that they try to release fail and don't make them enough money, Konami could literally just be like, all right, we're done doing video game stuff, and their company would still be profitable. Because Konami does all sorts of stuff. They have health spas and insurance companies and all sorts of stuff in Japan. Where my controller is not playing nice. Even my controller doesn't want to play this game anymore. But yeah, Konami, even if they completely stopped doing anything video game related, would still be profitable as a company. Trading card games. Yep. Even if they didn't make any video game stuff for like Yu-Gi-Oh! Still making the cards. They make tons of money off the cards. Gambling machines. They make plenty of slot machines and gambling machines. And I don't just mean like pachinko things in Japan. I mean like if you go to Las Vegas and take a look at what company made the majority of those slot machines and stuff, about half of them, if not maybe more than half, are made by Konami. Yeah, fuck your ears. You don't need ears when you have tons of damage.
Hey, Derek.
Yeah, for anybody new here, that is a damage glitch. Occasionally, when the frame rate is low, whenever I do that particular beam attack, it winds up hitting a lot more often than it's supposed to. And basically all of the hit sounds overlap. And cause that horrible sound. I thought the glitch was because of PSTV. No, I'm playing on a PSTV, but I've played this on Vita, and it happens on Vita as well. It is just the way this game works. It glitches out. Whenever that damage glitch happens, you're just hitting the enemy more times per second than you're supposed to be. And it's trying to play all of those sound effects on top of each other, so it just breaks the audio. It happens on Vita as well. Anonymous Gifter. Gifting a sub to Elfbar. Elfbar, enjoy the sub. Enjoy the emotes. Thank you so much, Anonymous. Very much appreciate it. This isn't a game, it's a conglomeration of jank. I like that description. It's a conglomeration of jank. 5-piece. Oh my god, we're speed running these last 20 zones. Here I thought this was gonna take all night. And yes, I'm 100% jinxing myself. You know we're gonna eventually hit some of the most bullshit. The most absolute bullshit that a zone can have between now and 500. There's no way it doesn't happen. The light is shining through my head. Since we were talking about my hair earlier, that's the problem with this green screen effect right now. My hair is just so silky and shiny. It's reflecting the green screen. Another Princess Heart Wand. We were promised Nub Zombie, not Nub Ghost. I'm doing what I can. Nothing but corrosive bogeys and butchers. Shut up, Rachel. We might get a zone exactly like that, and if we do, I'm blaming you. I'm blaming you directly. Make you come in here and play it. Hey, Deus Ex. Flesh lips. Where's the other one? Damage glitch. Ouch. A lot of dark enemies. Keep turning my flashlight off. Need key. Okay, save point. It's not what I need right now. Here we go. And an orb. Damn. I had the damage glitch going, but the fucking Grey Child threw a weapon at me. Threw a tiny knife at me and ruined it. Here we go, final orb. For the zone. Hey, Tiny Wolf. Yes, it is a knife, and it's tiny. It's a death sentence. Another zone complete. With the amount of lasers being spammed, the game is closer to sci-fi than horror. Silent Hill has always had, well, originally has always had a lot of sci-fi influence. Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3 all have UFO endings. And the eye laser attack that I'm using in this game comes from Silent Hill 3. Like, this is the Princess Heart laser, which is an unlockable weapon in Silent Hill 3. Origins, Homecoming, Shattered Memories all also have UFO endings. So, like, sci-fi has also kind of gone hand in hand to a lesser degree, but still always kind of been there with Silent Hill. The eye lasers are not my problem. Again, that weapon comes from a good Silent Hill game. Throw the thing. This fucking rejected Zelda boss. God, sometimes it falls in a weird way, and I'm not able to hit it. Spam it down. Is the boss taking damage when he falls over? Just when I attack him, whenever he falls over and his shield is down. Yeah, there's two variation attacks essentially to the Princess Heart wands. You can tap the button, which gives you the short little spread of orbs, or you can hold the button down, which gives you the consistent like beam. And the beam just doesn't hit things correctly. Sometimes it hits way more than it's supposed to. Sometimes it doesn't hit nearly as much as it's supposed to. Which we just saw that against this boss, where it's just kind of like plinking at it. So you'll see like a damage number once every, second or two, rather than just a constant stream of damage. Oh, here. 484. It's the only thing I'm kind of covering up with the webcam on this spot. The UI for this game, by the way, is just terrible. It's one of those things that normally does not stand out and bother me too much for a game. But when I'm trying to like set up a webcam and doing screen tests to like figure out, oh, where can I put the cam where it's not like blocking something, the UI for this game just does not allow for that. Look at all the shit on like every section of the screen. Because like, oh, if you go to pick up like a weapon or something that covers up this, you can technically close your inventory and have more screen over here. But if your inventory is closed, like, and you gotta come over here and use a first aid kit in a, you know, bad situation, or quickly repair something when it's about to break, or swap weapons against an enemy that's resistant to the one you're using, you gotta take the extra step to open your bag, and sometimes that extra second just fucking kills you. The map winds up taking up like this whole bottom left section of the screen. You have all the UI up here with your fucking karma meter and everything else, which winds up being completely useless anyway. So I wish I could just remove it from the UI. One of those weird things where if I wasn't streaming and if I wasn't like trying to put a webcam on the screen somewhere, I would never think about it as being like an issue. But when you're streaming and like having to pay a bit more attention to like screen space and what is like actually taking up your video, what's hogging all that valuable screen space when you're trying to put something else up, you start to notice those things more. Should be able to keep them stun locked here. Now we're just waiting for the game to spawn enemies. Out of 6. Let's do the bottom left first. Wrench. Ammo. Nothing important. Useless room. Of all the motifs to center the bosses around, love that they chose to base them around generic elementals that have nothing to do with whom they're supposed to represent. Yeah, that's real cool, isn't it? How they're just generic elemental bosses. Like, technically they're supposed to, you know, represent something about each of the story characters. But there's so little story there. And the bosses, even then, like, even when you know what is there, the bosses don't represent that at all. They really are just generic element-based things. Hey, jank. Truly, this is one of the Silent Hill games of all time. It is one of the Silent Hill games of all time. You are not wrong. Book of Memories is the GOAT, meaning game of all time. It is a game, and it exists within time. Definitely can't fault it there. A useless gun. It is a game you had to pay real money for? True. I'm glad I bought it when I did. Because the price has come up on like anything Silent Hill related. So much in the last few years. Yo, Wemsters, thank you so much for the 21 months. Last 20 zones, let's go. We're doing it. We're finishing this game. We're getting all 500 zones done. Officially. Tonight. Silent Hill game plus Vita game equals expensive. I bought this copy that I've got, brand new in the box, at the very tail end of 2017. Like right at the end of 2017 is when I bought the PS TV. I bought this copy of Book of Memories, and I'm pretty sure the copy of the game was the cheapest thing out of the entire setup. I think a sealed copy was maybe like 20 or 30 bucks. I mean, I suppose I could check all my order history stuff and find out, but the most expensive thing I remember was the memory card. The memory card for the Vita or the PS TV, it costs like twice as much as the PS TV. Yeah, PS TVs themselves also got really expensive. Because I actually did buy two of them. I bought this one, and then I bought another one for Rachel. Because originally she was thinking about streaming this game. Still might be crazy enough to do that. But I bought Rachel's like almost 3 years ago, like 2 years ago, and it was like 200 something bucks. I think I paid $20 or $30 for Book of Memories. I think maybe like 40 bucks for the PS TV, 80 bucks for a memory card.
What can I do for you? Spend those memories wisely now.
All back in 2017.
Thanks for your business.
And now copies of Book of Memories are like $80 to $100, like way more expensive than they should be. Absolutely not worth that price. But that's just collectors seeing this big like resurgence and interest because of the new Silent Hill things. So prices go up. $80 for a memory card? Yeah, because of course it's a fucking proprietary Sony only memory card that you can use with the Vita. So that winds up being the most expensive thing. At least at the time. Probably not anymore. Now, PSTVs are expensive. Copies of the game are expensive. Now it's probably the other way around, where the memory card is still expensive, but out of everything, it's probably the cheapest part. Oh my god, get off. That gray child, like, they almost never do that leg grab attack. So I just got grabbed and got held in place while the other thing one-shot me. Oh, I'm all the way back down here. But yeah, it's kind of insane the way the used games market has gone.
Right up. We've got just about everything.
The last few years.
Spend those memories
Like,
wisely now.
I've been collecting games and buying games and stuff for most of my life. I even worked in like a retro classic video game store
where I am if you need
for several years when I was living in Texas, where like we specialized in classic and retro stuff. You know, mainly like games that people are collecting and stuff. Things that are rare and hard to find. But yeah, in the last like 10 years, video game collecting has gone insane. Prices have gotten crazy. Hey, Sasam. So close to freedom. So close yet so far. Trying to make progress while this fucking bogeyman just showed up and killed the shit out of me. I'm not even gonna buy supplies. Yeah, because he's right here. And he's decided he doesn't feel like taking damage. What a fun enemy to fight. He's dead.
Cutting straight to business, I see.
Got lucky with the secondhand market, but done your fair share of paying too much for stuff you want. Yeah, I feel ya.
It's good.
I've gotten really, really lucky, and I'm glad that I got into collecting games and held on to the stuff that I had, like, from years ago. Because, like, I've got all the Silent Hill games. I have every Silent Hill game in its box sitting in a closet in Texas. And then Rachel's also got every Silent Hill game here at the new house. So between the two of us, like, we've got all the Silent Hill games. And that's the kind of thing where, like, if you're new to the series, you just got into Silent Hill and you're like, wow, I want to play these games. Like, well, good fucking luck. Because if you want to play them all actual physical copies on, like, original hardware and stuff, you're gonna spend like $1,000 just for copies of, like, each of the games. let alone if you need to get a console to play them on. Hey, Mom. Mom Zombie in the chat. You up the doors? This is the end. Damn those copyrights. Yeah. We can't get DMCA'd, unfortunately. I don't want to... That would kind of ruin the big finale of the stream. Play some copyright music. But we can all imagine it. We can open up the doors, this is the end, on a second tab and have it ready to play for when we hit 500. Only Silent Hill game you have physically is one? That's still a good thing to have. Because yeah, copies for pretty much all the games at this point are crazy expensive. Yeah, Sasam, disc only, the games are like $100 each. Yep, it's kind of where it's gotten to. Let alone if you want to get a nice copy that, you know, has a box. Not even like a, you know, crazy, pristine, nice copy. Just a copy that has a box. Trying to figure out what this stupid puzzle wants from me. I think it's this. Your soul. Downpour is at least only like $50 still complete. I wonder why it costs so much less than the others. I don't know. Homecoming is the cheapest one. I mean, sometimes. It depends. Even then, it depends on like what platform. If you're getting it on PS3 or if you're getting it on 360. Homecoming you can still buy digitally. Downpour you can't. So there's that. There's also like what's available digitally and what's not. Can affect prices. There's all sorts of stuff. $4.85. 15 zones. It's a little over an hour. We've gotten through 5 zones. We got a 6-piece. Although a 6-piece can still be horrible. Is there not even a searchable? There it is. I'm like, there's got to be at least a key in this fucking room. And there was. Got Lollipop Chainsaw on 360 because at the time it was significantly cheaper than on PS3. Funny how it works that way. Yeah. And with Silent Hill, like Silent Hill Shattered Memories. So my preferred version of Shattered Memories, and honestly, what I would say if anybody asked me, you know, hey, I'm gonna play Shattered Memories, what version should I play? I will always, always, always recommend the Wii version. It's what it was designed for. It's what I think it runs and looks best on. I know a lot of people might complain about, like, you know, motion controls and stuff like that, but I don't think they're as bad as they could be in a lot of other games compared to a lot of other stuff on Wii. And Shattered Memories, the Wii version, is usually cheaper than PS2 or PSP. Because those ports, they made way less of them. So they're a lot harder to get now, which is good if you're just going for like a collector's thing. But if you're just looking for a copy of like a good version of the game to play, the Wii version winds up being the least expensive. That being said, even a Wii version of Shattered Memories now is like $100, if not more. But PS2 and PSP copies are like $200 and $300. So that's the difference. So glad you got the Wii version when you did. Same. I had my copy since launch. So it has definitely appreciated in value, but I don't think I would ever get rid of any of my physical copies of the games at this point. And right now, like, out of all of my games, I think the most value for like a single game out of everything in my collection is probably Kuon. I've got a physical copy of Kuon for PlayStation 2 in box. It doesn't have its manual, but the box is in good shape. The disc is in good shape. My eyes, yeah, we really hit you with that flashbang. It even fucks up my webcam. But yeah, physical copies of Kuon, last time I checked, were around like $300 to $400. I haven't looked recently. It may have gone up or down since then, but it's a pretty expensive game. And it's a good game. Like, really good horror game. It's kind of Fatal Frame vibes, but without cameras. Yeah, and it's made by FromSoft. Most expensive game is either Japanese Rule of Rose or Bomberman 64, The Second Attack, cartridge only. Bomberman 64 Second Attack is still a crazy rare game. Game Over Video Games, the store I used to work for, I think in like 4 or 5 years of going there and working there, I'd only ever really seen maybe 2 or 3 copies of Second Attack, and that was cartridge only. I don't think I ever saw a copy in its complete box come through. Nintendo 64 games, getting them in their complete boxes is such a pain. Like, those boxes they're just paper, they're cardboard. So they fall apart like nothing. Haunting Ground is one of your rare ones. Had it since it was first released. That's another good one to have. And another really solid game, and just unfortunately like really hard to get and play because it is super expensive these days. Yeah, those were kind of like the big ones that, as far as like horror game collectors, people looking for rare stuff. Haunting Ground, Rule of Rose, and Kuon are all pretty high dollar rare horror games. Dude, stop giving me time to hit challenges. Hopefully I can get it. I should be able to do it on the Insane Cancer. I died, but hopefully it still counts. It might not. Super Saiyan! Darwin sold me his copy, so it's also got a ton of sentimental value. Well, that's awesome. Good guy, Starwin. It counted. Thank fucking God. One more orb. There it is. I hate that the tremors spawning in and just send you flying. This is the new Star Fox game? It sure is. Welcome. I think complete inbox Legacy of Darkness is a couple $100 now. Yeah, Castlevania Legacy of Darkness is another one of those ones where finding it, especially finding it complete,
I think I've got just the
you're gonna be paying a pretty penny.
I do believe you're. I can buy it.
I am
for a
almost
decent
out
price.
of stuff. Let's just sell these. Let's sell.
What was that? Who in the hell was that?
I don't have any duplicate things. That's fine.
All exchanges. are
Yami! Thank you so much for the bits. 100 bits. Orb!
fine. Until next time.
What was the GDQ that started that? It was a GDQ where, like, everybody was constantly saying orb. And I don't remember what that was that started it. What run that was. Was it Castlevania? Getting the orb, like, after a boss fight in Castlevania? Was it something else? 486. We're doing it. We're flying. We're zooming. We're completing zones in a timely manner. Is 500 the farthest this game goes? 500 is where this game stops generating new zones. Because every zone is just procedurally generated. And it just keeps going all the way up to 500. But there's basically no actual footage or online video like recordings or anything really. Which is part of the reason why I'm doing this. Plot twist, Nub will stop the stream at level 499. Better hope my internet doesn't cut out. The worst stream ever to have my internet fucking cut out. Gonna show up at Cox Communications with fucking torches and pitchforks. Milk one more stream out of the game. Need to kill time until new releases. It's fine. I just want to be done with it. We'll get some new Silent Hill games soon. I'm sure everybody's fine with me becoming a full-time Final Fantasy XI streamer. After I finish this. Between finishing this and a new Silent Hill game coming out. Everyone's fine with me just playing Final Fantasy XI, right? And Pokemon the trading card game online. How long have you been working on these 500? I got my copy of this game and started playing it at the very start of 2018. So, technically about 5 years. A little over 5 years. If we look at just hours played, it's like, here, I can double check. The Book of Mondays playlist up to this point is 166 hours. $166 of total Book of Memories played just on this file, just to get to this point where we're at now, which has already been an hour and a half. hiding me. I need to unlock that door. It's better to just use keys. Rather than potentially just die and drop them in some random spot.
I think I've got just the thing.
Laser eyes breaking the sound barrier? Yeah, they do that sometimes.
Now don't you waste.
It's good when they do that because it means I'm doing way more damage than I should be. It's literally a damage glitch whenever that happens. But also, you know, destroys your eardrums. Do some extra damage in exchange for your eardrums. It's not that big a deal. A trade I'd be willing to make. Fist weapons in SOP are really fun, so I get it. They're not fun in this, let me tell you. Melee of any kind is not super fun in this. I mean, maybe in the first, like, 20 zones or something. When it's still somewhat feasible for you to use melee weapons. But by the time you get to this point, once you're like hundreds of zones deep, you don't want to get close enough to an enemy to hit it with a melee weapon, because the enemy's just, if you don't kill the enemy in the amount of time it takes it to look at you and hit you, it will pretty much just kill you in one shot. So you can't really use melee beyond a certain point in this game, because it's just a death sentence. You're just standing in front of an enemy that the strongest melee weapon in this game is not going to kill the enemy fast enough for you to kill it before it hits you at least once. And almost every enemy in the game, if it hits you once, you die. With a few exceptions, but most enemies kill you in one shot. Like this ghost trying to give me a hug. If he would have actually got that hug and grabbed my character, that attack would have killed him. Perfectly balanced. Yeah, the problem is your character caps out at level 70, but the game doesn't scale based on your level. It scales based on how many zones you've completed. So when you're almost 500 zones in, hell, even when you're like 100 zones in, everything is scaled so much higher than your character that essentially everything in the game just kills you in one shot. It doesn't matter how good your stats are, because like I have everything maxed out. All of the best things that you can possibly have as far as stats and artifacts and weapons and everything, I have it, and it doesn't make any difference. I may be giving away too much credit, but was it on purpose to make you struggle all the way to the end? I don't think so. I don't think anything intentional when it comes to this game's, like, gameplay loop. I don't think anything works the way the devs intended it to work. Otherwise, you would actually be making use out of all the, like, karma mechanics and perfect block mechanics and you know, there's parrying and swapping weapons and using enemy weaknesses, leveling up your skills with all the weapons, using karma abilities, like all these different things that are supposed to play into your combat and your build. None of that winds up mattering. So I don't think any of it is intentional. I don't think any of this game works the way the devs wanted it to work. Because otherwise, there would actually be a purpose
You handle it then.
to all of those mechanics. Like, they would actually make a difference. You would see me using all sorts of different karma abilities and trying to swap weapons for certain enemies and go for perfect blocks and go for combo hits and execution moves and all these things that are technically there built into the game but don't serve any purpose when you level to the point where your stats don't matter, your equipment doesn't matter, your weapons don't matter, and enemies all just shit on you no matter what. Which basically boils down to, okay, what's the strongest ranged weapon in the game? Well, you can't get up close and you can't use melee weapons because things just survive your hits and then hit you once and kill you. So what are you going to do about that? You got to stay at a range. So if you stay at a range, blocking, parrying, all of that doesn't matter anymore. You're just staying out of enemies' range and hitting them. Well, what's the most damaging ranged weapon that you can get? It's this Princess Heartbeam, or this, the flamethrower. That's it, and that's it. All the rest of combat, everything else just goes right out the window. Because all you're doing is just, okay, what does the most damage and lets me stay at range? And then from there, it's just a mindless grind to get through the rest of the game. Like, if all of the mechanics and stuff worked as intended, this might have actually been a pretty fun dungeon crawler. If you were trying to do combo attacks and parries and all this shit like the way they wanted it to work, if it was actually balanced around that, it could potentially be a pretty fun dungeon crawler. It's not, though. It's not at all. Because this is what that gameplay boils down to. After everything else, hold down button until enemies die or you die. And that's it. Here's your dungeon crawler. A lot of people were complaining about Diablo 4. They were like, oh, I was playing Diablo 4 and the beta was so boring. I got all the way to level 25 and I'm only using 2 skills or 3 skills. Even the most mind-numbing of dungeon crawlers, if you get to cycle between like 2 or 3 different attacks, that's 2 or 3 more things than you get to do than what you can really do in this game.
Until next time.
You're still getting to do more. Oh my god, this doesn't connect up here. This way, right? Goes into the exit. Yeah. you got? A shovel. You keep it. I don't want it. Stop offering it to me. I'm trying to pawn those fucking shovels off on me for almost 500 zones, Valtiel. You think you'd get the hint. Give me something more useful. Fire Guardian. Out of all of the zone aesthetics, which is the least worst for you? The least worst? Which one do I like the most? Out of all of the different zones? They're all pretty bad. Even the best of them, the least worst of them, are just sort of like forgettable at best. That's some kind of boss fight. This is a boss fight. This is a Fire Guardian. This is what an actual boss in the game is. Instead of like the Butcher or Pyramid Head. Those are all just little sub-bosses that happen in the zones. These are the real bosses. And you can see the Fire Guardian really engaging. You run in circles around him and attack him. Which is perfect. You could give me nothing but Fire Guardians all the way up until 500 and I'd be happy. Because at least it's not a bullshit boss fight. Because the alternative is having to deal with Water Guardian or Blood Guardian, which are broken. Like, just straight up broken. They don't function the way that they should. And it makes them almost impossible at times. I'd quite honestly like to see you do a Book of Memories post-mortem / review after it's all said and done. Might be therapeutic even. There's no reason, Kibbs. Literally, this is going to be the finale, which is going to be, I think, episode 54. 54 different episodes of doing Book of Mondays since 2018. My thoughts on this game are well documented. And the last 13 zones are not going to show me something that changes my mind about anything that I've already said about this game. Like, there's no reason to do a post-mortem. And say what? How many actual times in 54 episodes have I talked about how bad the music is, how bad the sound is, how bad the balance is, how bad the controls are, how bad the visuals are? I've said it. I've said it all literally like hundreds of times now. There is zero reason for a review or a post-mortem. Just watch. Just watch Book of Memories. I've put all of it here for you to see exactly my reaction as it happens from zone 1 to zone 500. It's not going to change. My thoughts on the game are not going to change between now and 500. Stuck in this fucking room. I hate the challenges that just leave you stuck in a room. Thank you. Mission failed. Good. Good. I wanted to fail it. I wanted to move on. Damage glitch. Eye to the nurses. Just kill nurses. I'm fine with nurses. Nurses at least don't one-shot me. They're one of the few enemies left in this game that don't one-shot. Although I could really use a med kit. Nope. What game is next to play on Mondays? I honestly don't even know. I'm still not 100% sure on what I'm going to make my regular Monday streams after this. I thought about doing MMO days? Mondays? MMO day on Mondays. I'm playing Final Fantasy XI. Thought about doing another playthrough of all the Metal Gear Solid games. And doing Metal Gear Mondays. Because it's been a long time since I've gone through all the Metal Gear games. Technically, I never finished Metal Gear Solid 5. Final Fantasy XI's the only one you never played? Yeah, a lot of people didn't play 11, because 11 was the first online one. 11 was the first MMO. Final Fantasy XI walked so that Final Fantasy XIV could run. And I played the ever-living shit out of Final Fantasy XI back in the day. Like, when it first came out, I started playing it all the time, and I played Final Fantasy XI for years, like over a decade, and kind of dropped out and stopped playing it after a long time. Tried to get into Final Fantasy XIV, and I didn't like it the same way I liked 11. And then I started playing 11 again. Right now I'm playing Final Fantasy XI on a private server called Horizon, which is basically 2006 era Final Fantasy XI. It's like Final Fantasy XI Classic. With a few things kind of changed for quality of life type stuff, but for the most part, fairly accurate to like 2006 era Final Fantasy XI, right before Treasures of Ottergon expansion. And I've been enjoying it. I've been playing it quite a lot.
I give up. Take your time. There's plenty of it.
I'm very close to doing my first limit break quests. I got Beastmaster up to level 46.
You know where I am.
And once I hit 50, that's the first limit break quest. So that I can level up to 55. And then after that, next limit break quest to level up to 60. 60 is when you get your last piece of artifact armor, which is always a fun It's a good time. That feels good in Final Fantasy XI when you finally get artifact armor. Good sense of progression. And you finally get something that like looks like the classic Final Fantasy XI job armor. Hey, Luna. Good evening. Amen. Final Fantasy XIV could not and would not exist without 11. True. Yep. And even then, 14 almost didn't exist. Because I was playing Final Fantasy XI when the Final Fantasy XIV beta first came out. And I knew a bunch of people on my server and in my link shell who were going to be playing on, and friends in real life, who were going to be playing Final Fantasy XIV when it got announced. So we got into the beta and we all played the 14 beta and then eventually 1.0. And yeah, 1.0 Final Fantasy XIV was rough. Hey, our first 7-piece zone. Time to re-roll. But yeah, that 1.0 and the beta for Final Fantasy XIV was garbage. So computer was too potato until A Realm Reborn. My computer barely fucking ran that beta and barely ran 1.0. So although the way they handled it for Final Fantasy XIV was really smart. The idea that they wrote it into the story that essentially 1.0, the realm gets destroyed. And then literally A Realm Reborn is reality resetting. Like, the realm literally got reborn into a new realm when they relaunched the MMO. And they kept the 1.0 launch and the destruction of it, basically taking it, that version down, as like a major plot point in the story of Final Fantasy XIV. I think that's really cool that they kept it part of the story rather than just, oh, this version sucks, we're taking it down and re-releasing it. You beta tested for Final Fantasy XI on the PS2. Got the whole kit for free with it and stuff. It was one of the cooler betas got into aside from Star Wars Galaxies. Oh, that must have been awesome, Fugu. That must have been awesome. I started playing in 2003, right before the PlayStation 2 launch, the North American PS2 launch. Must have been surreal when they closed the servers and played that crazy trailer. By that point, I had already dropped off. I kind of wish I had stuck with 14 and still been playing when they did the whole server takedown thing. Because, like, by that point, I had already stopped playing it. I had started playing, and I was like, this isn't as fun as 11. I don't like it as much. And then I stopped playing. That's basically been my experience with Final Fantasy XIV ever since the beta. The beta, 1.0, Realm Reborn, every expansion, like every few months, I feel like I get to the point where I'm like, maybe I should try playing Final Fantasy XIV again. And then I'll try it and I'll play it, and after a few weeks, I'm just like, it's just not as good. It's not as good as 11. There's something about the way 11 is. I just like that style of MMO a lot more. You gotta go out and meticulously fucking grind every little thing. You can't level up through story progression and that kind of thing. Like, you have to go out and fucking join parties and kill monsters to skill up and level up so that you can do more of the story. There's just, I don't know, something about 11. the general community of 11, the sense of community, especially for classic Final Fantasy 11, is something that I've not experienced in any other MMO that I've played. Final Fantasy 14 is super easy, just time consuming. That's kind of the way I feel about it too. '11 is genuinely like difficult, like to the point of almost kind of being bullshit. Like, oh, you're level 4 now? Well, it's time for you to start experiencing the harsh real world. So now whenever you die, you lose experience points. You just spent the last 45 minutes trying to squeak out 800 experience points. But then you fucked up right before you were gonna level. Well, you died and just lost 10% of your experience overall. Oh, you just bought a bunch of new equipment and stuff for your new level? Oh, well, you leveled down, so you can't wear any of that anymore. 11 is fucking brutal. It is downright bullshit at times. But there's just nothing else like it. Final Fantasy 11, you targeted the wrong rabbit, motherfucker. Been going around killing these enemies no problem. Well, there just happens to be a randomly spawned one that's at the very top of that enemy's particular level range. So now this one is just gonna murder you. Yep. Always be checking. Always check. Always examine every single enemy before engaging. Always check every single enemy and everything else around you. Because if something aggroes or links or whatever, you gotta be ready to deal with that too.
Good luck out there.
The difference between an incredibly tough and a tough in Final Fantasy XI. Yeah. Even just the, like, so I've been leveling Beastmaster because it's one of the, it is the original solo class of Final Fantasy XI. Like, if you played classic FF11 and you wanted something to do on your own that didn't require a big full party or anything else like that, Beastmaster was the way to go. And I have a lot of fun with Beastmaster, so back originally on retail, so I'm playing it again on Horizon. And yeah, especially when you're solo, the difference of, oh, let me get this, you know, get my pet, charm something, or summon a pet, and you start fighting something that's decent challenge or even match, but then yeah, at the high end of the level range, the exact same monster might respawn as an even match with high evasion and defense, not quite tough but almost tough, and it just fucking destroys you compared to the other ones that are like right next to it. Need to play more on Horizon, have sorely neglected it. Hey, anytime you want to play, just hit me up. I'm always down to jump on and play some 11. Wish I could be doing that right now, but nope. We're grinding out zones. Irradiating bright energy. I'm also leveling Ninja right now. I got Ninja unlocked.
Like hell, kid.
And sitting on like level 14 or so. Which I think is where you left off on Red Mage.
I do believe you're safe. Drop by anytime. We're always open.
So if you do feel like playing, we've always got stuff like job levels that are close enough that we can play. Dude, this fucking zone.
Can I have that weapon? I don't expect you to say yes.
These fucking rooms, butchers and Rorschachs and all these other horrible fucking one-shot enemies just clustered in there. I can't even fucking get in and move around it, dude.
I'd feel better with a loaded gun.
It wasn't corrosive, so not my fault. You're lucky. Very easily be your fault. All right. Go fuck yourself, Rorschach. And go fuck yourself, Butcher. Like that I can check on the website. Yeah, that is one of those nice things. Being able to just look on the Horizon site and you can double check your character levels and your inventories and all that kind of stuff. Left Red Mage at 13. There you go. Got 14 Samurai. Oh, we got a party forming. Let's go, Insomniactos. We're all meeting in the dunes. Not the dunes. Main tank. Oh, sure. Samurai can main tank. Level 14. I mean, as said, I'm leveling Ninja. I can do Nin War. Even with the Utsusemi nerf on Horizon, Ninja's still pretty good. Theoretically, as long as you have an off tank for the times when Utsusemi cooldown is still going, you can make that work. At least at lower levels. God damn it. He died, and the projectile that he threw right before he died still hit me and killed me. This fucking game, dude. The big updates on the 14th. Yeah, they're saying 1.1 or whatever for Horizon. I'm pretty sure it's not Ottergon.
Good luck.
Like, Ottergon is still going to be way off before they can have all of that ready. So I'm curious, like, what all they're going to be doing. What they're going to be changing, what content they're going to be adding, if any. Like, they might not add any content, and it's just a lot of balance changes and things, which would still be really interesting. Because I've liked a lot of the little changes Horizon has made so far, and if they keep doing little changes to kind of periodically keep things interesting and shake it up just enough, you know, where it's you still have the feel of classic Final Fantasy XI, but, you know, with some slightly different things. Maybe they'll start adding in some of the later content like they said they had planned on. Taking random, like, higher level bosses and things from retail and scaling them down to level 75 era. So maybe they'll even add some new NMs and things like that. That'd be cool. This 6-piece zone is taking so long. Like, we were flying through zones up until this point. This is the first one where we finally have hit some really stupid bullshit. Where now our pace is slowing down. This is why it's so hard to tell, like, how long anything is ever going to take in this game. When people ask, like, how long it takes to do a zone, or how many you know, zones we've got left, how long it would take to... Oh, just come out here so I can fight you. Like, but from now to 20, or excuse me, from now to 500, I have no idea how long it's gonna take. Because if we keep getting zones like this, where a lot of deaths happen and a lot of dumb bullshit happens, it's going to take forever. We've gotten lucky up until this point where it, for the most part, has not been too bad. But who knows? One more orb. Not in here. Bet not even the testers know. The testers never played this far. In interviews, Tom Hewlett has mentioned that the dev testers, or the testers for this game only played to like 200 or 300. And I'm pretty sure that's not concurrent. I'm pretty sure they just, you know, when you're a developer, you can just start on whatever zone you want to start on. So they probably did like the first 21 zones for all the story and everything, and a few zones after that, and then like skip ahead, you know, to zone 50, test that. Skip ahead to zone 100 and test that. Zone 150 and test that. What am I stuck on? What the fuck? So I'm fairly sure that this game was not tested very thoroughly. But we know from interviews that devs only tested at the very least up to 200 or 300.
This is not a dream. What's happening to this place?
Not too far from Howard's. I need to go to Howard's before the next thing. Wait. Actually, no, that's fine. I picked up the 4 wrenches. That was the main thing I needed. Mint Ninja. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the final zones of Silent Hill Book of Mondays, or Silent Hill Book of Memories. Another chapter in Book of Mondays, here. Yep. The final chapter. We're on zone 489. 11 zones. 11 zones left. Can't even believe this is something that's even real. It's weird, you know? After all this time, after all these years, went faster than expected. Kinda. A little bit. We got us a 5-piece. All steel. We really need damage glitch here. And I'm not getting it. So screw it, I guess. We don't really need it. It would have been nice, but we don't need it. What zone number are we on? Sorry, this game, it's like a bad memory. 489. We're on 489 out of 500. Damage glitch. Terrible save points. Stronger than steel. I did it. Turns out lasers were stronger. What happens after zone 20 or final zones or whatever? Is it just unlimited? I mean, the game just procedurally generates zones. I don't know how else to explain it. It's kind of like, I don't know, the Binding of Isaac. It ends at 500. Technically, there's story, and story for this game ends after the first 21 zones. But after those 21 zones, you can go to zone 22, zone 23, and it'll just generate a new random zone for every time you continue to do so, all the way up until 500. 500 is when they decided to just stop generating zones. After 500, the Vita tells you to buy something else. Just go play a different game. Should have told me that from the start. I got stuck trying to get away from the explosion. Big fat fucking insane cancer blocking my way. "500 zones in, we just get a thank you so much for playing my game." Oh, like Mario at the end of Mario 64. I'd be good with that. Tom Hewlett at the end. "Thank you so much for playing my game."
Shannon, come on!
Cutting straight to business, I see. It's good to be well supplied. I do believe you're set.
235 memory residue.
Extra gear burning a hole in your
Sell.
pocket.
I know I picked up another artifact. I should have a duplicate of something that I can sell. Unless apparently it was something that I didn't have already.
All exchanges are fine. Thanks for your business.
Yeah.
Come on, come on.
Why do we get this one so much?
Red or
Shut
green
up,
jacket,
Mary
I don't
Elizabeth
really care.
McGlynn.
What's important?
I just want to be let out of this
Gold versions
room.
Based off the laser disc release. Just when my coil's reaching the blue line. Not so fast. Ok desu ka? Yatai! Just when my coil's reaching the blue line.
Let me out. You just gotta sit here and listen to her fucking mumble. The only thing that happens at the end of all this is that your karma goes slightly in a different direction. Which again, karma abilities and stuff don't fucking matter. So it's all just a waste of time. Yeah, but it's the HD James voice and he doesn't even try for the accent. He just reads it flat. I mean, that's more reasonable because the HD James voice is Troy Baker, who is also in this game, voicing various characters, as well as James. James is a playable character in this. So is Heather. And they just have their HD collection voice actors. Why? Because money. Literally because money. Like, playable James and Heather are part of the DLC pack that you had to pay like an extra $5 for or whatever. Oh my god, go. Fucking shovels. Nobody wants your poop shovel. Least of all me. Blood Guardian. One of the most annoying bosses in the game. I would say this is the second most annoying in the game. Water Guardian, still the worst. Blood Guardian, close second. Phase 1 of the boss. It drops things directly on you. And it'll slap you if you get too close to it. So you just have to get in front of it. And do as much damage as you can before it drops a thing on you. Just keep doing this. Till we get to phase 2. Bedtime, folks. Okay, phase 2. Now it's gonna start shooting blood beams. And I just need it to blood beam around the entire arena, so that I can destroy these wheels. Damn wheels. I mean, they're like gears that are pulling these chains. But now that's it for that phase. Now it's this phase. So now I just need to lure all of these shitty AI little enemies that it spawns right up next to it and just pray that the horrible broken enemy AI will hurt itself. That's this entire boss's phase right now. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, there's one. We have to get it to do this multiple times. We just need the arm to smash the little baby things so that it explodes. Okay, there's 2 arms. Four more to go. Having to touch the med pack to heal sucks so bad. You're telling me. Especially when the touch controls for this game are fucking ass. Like, touch controls, I'm not opposed to touch controls on, like, just as they are. But in this game, they are legitimately just really fucking bad. All we need to do here is not get fucking Michael Jordan jumped on. And keep shooting. That was actually one of the smoother Blood Mama fights. That boss can be such a huge pain in the ass. But you're just relying on enemy AI for that whole phase. The AI for the actual boss to hit, like to swing, and the AI of like the little things that are hatching, walking up close to it. So bad. So fucking bad. And yeah, touching the med pack to heal. Touching the med pack to heal, the wrench to repair, any of the inventory stuff. Oh, yeah. 490. 490. 10 more. It took us 2.5 hours to do the first 10 zones. Like, first 10 of the stream. So potentially, if we stay that same pace, and we immediately got a 7-piece. Time to reroll. If we stay on that same pace, we could be done with this in another 2.5 hours. Imagine. Just imagine. But for now, we got to sit through 10 minutes of loading screens to hopefully roll something other than a 7-piece zone for 490. I'm just going to take a little nap. That's how I feel right now. Just pass out. It's my brain trying to escape this experience. Okay. Now we reload 490. Yo, FM Bearden. FM, thank you so much for the 22 months. Very much appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, spank you. Spank you, thank you. Very much appreciate the support. Hope you're doing well tonight. Hooray, 10 to go. Final 10 zones. Been waiting so long for this. Now let's see how many times we have to re-roll 7 pieces for these last fucking dungeons. Come on, Trent. Don't let me down. The load times for this are redonkulous. They really are. I don't know why. The visuals aren't that impressive. It's not... to me, it doesn't seem like it has to do much in terms of loading. And the load screen is just as long when it's loading a zone as when you're just loading the main menu. Like a static fucking image on the menu for the zone select takes just as long. We got a 7-piece again. Watch, it's specifically programmed. The last 10 zones can only be 7-piece dungeons. How much shit would that be? Just give me a 5 or a 6. 5 or a 6. I will deal with a 5 or a 6. No 7s. We keep getting Trent zones. What the fuck? Every time it re-randoms 488 and 490. I'm just going back and forth between 488 and 490 to re-randomize the zone layout. And that's our 3rd Trent in a row. Skelly Nation. Skelly Nation, thank you so much for the 5 months and the Prime sub. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're doing well. Distant chanting, 5 hundo, 5 hundo, 5 hundo. That's our character's name. 5 hundo. I wonder what your Mondays will be like after this weight has been lifted off of you. I can only imagine. It's been a long time. Full-time Final Fantasy XI streamer. Yep. After this, I'm done with Silent Hill. We've done everything we can possibly do until new games come out. So, full-time Final Fantasy XI streamer until the next Silent Hill game comes out. Which should be relatively soon. Like, within the next year. Or Diablo 4. Until Diablo 4 comes out, and then I'll probably play a lot of Diablo 4. Then I'll play that until a new Silent Hill game. Diabler. We got a 6-piece. The dream lives. All right, we got a 6-piece for $4.90. And we're guiding Mira. And by guiding, I mean we're not giving a shit what Mira does. If Mira manages to stay with us all the way through the zone, then good for her. And if not, then oh well. Good to see Mira join us for the final stretch. Especially while we're wearing the Mira mask. Mira here to fuck it all up. Sometimes Mira does really fuck things up. Will, like, stand in doorways and block you so you fucking die. Absolutely happens. Has happened more than once. Hey, what's up, Bid Wars? Don't always get to see your handsome face. It's refreshing. Well, it's a special occasion. Because this is the stream where we finally finish playing Book of Memories forever. We started this journey back in 2018 as a subathon, where I was using my cam. We were celebrating almost 1 year of being partnered. 3 years at the time, 3 years of streaming Silent Hill.
You look like hell, kid.
That was 5 years ago.
Wisely now. I do believe you're...
Then the disc gets incinerated. Well,
Don't be a stranger.
the Vita doesn't use discs. They're like little plastic memory cards with a game on them. But yes. And flesh lips. Drop out of nowhere, knock you on your ass. Best part about Ghost is you gotta kill 2. What qualifies as completing this game? What are you shooting for? The game procedurally generates up to 500 zones. I am shooting for having completed all 500. And we are currently on 490. Like, I'm not joking. For those of you who are new or haven't seen this or don't know what's going on, I literally started playing this 5 years ago, and I've been playing it little by little since then to get to this point. We're almost done. Almost done. That Vita needs some rest. Well, I'm not playing on an actual Vita. I'm playing on a PS TV. It's basically just a console version of a Vita. That didn't hit me. It was so far off to the side. Can only imagine how happy you must be knowing you'll never have to play this game again after today. It almost doesn't seem real. How has the variety been in the procedural generation during your journey? I mean, technically, I guess the variety, when you actually look at all of it, there are a lot of things being randomized. That is not inherently the problem with this game. I was out of the room. What even hit me? The procedural generation and how randomized things are is not the problem. There's lots of enemy types, and all of that is randomized. You have the size of the dungeon, anywhere between a 5 or 6 or 7 piece dungeon, which, like, when I say that, it's how many puzzle pieces you need to collect in order to exit the dungeon. So it can either be 5, 6, or 7. For this, we're looking for 6. So this is the medium-sized dungeon. There's a dungeon that's a little bit smaller and a dungeon that's a little bit bigger. So that randomizes all of the modifiers for enemies. So whenever you're looking at enemies can potentially be bloated, combustible, corrosive, dark, disarming, explosive, hidden, healthy. On top of that, They have different alignments, either blood, light, or steel alignment. All of the weapons that you pick up, you know, everything is all randomized. It's all procedurally generated. So in terms of like just sheer variety of what gets randomized, a lot of stuff does change. The variety is very high. The problem is, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what enemies you get or what modifiers they have, or like 90% of the stuff that randomizes has zero impact on the game. Because the game still just boils down to the most efficient thing to do. The only thing you can really do once you're this far into the game
So what
is
can I do for you?
use a ranged weapon, try not to get close enough to enemies where they can hit you and kill you in one shot, and just spam damage.
Thank you, kind
Spam damage from a range.
Thanks for your business.
So then all of those elements of variety, how big the zone is, what kind of enemies they are, what kind of modifiers they are, none of that matters. None of that matters when you fight it all exactly the same. When you proceed through the dungeons, zone after zone after zone are all exactly like this. You find the orb, you break the orb, you do the challenge. Chop or be chopped. So the challenge is just kill the enemies. Specifically a butcher, which is the little chop aspect of it. But it's still just kill the enemies. Kill all the enemies that spawn. And that's it. And that's most of the challenges. Almost every single orb challenge in the game is exactly that. It is just kill the things that spawn. So then that is it. Once you get to that point of realization, that is it. That's the whole game. Attack things from a range. Don't get hit because everything will one-shot you. Find the orb, break the orb, kill the enemies that spawn until you have all the orbs to go to the exit, brute force your way through a puzzle like that one I just did. Zone 491. And that's it. Nine zones remain. We're into the single digits of remaining zones. It's interesting, but I see what you mean. It's all irrelevant. That's the problem. If this game had been balanced correctly and actually been like a fun little RPG dungeon crawler, you know, that would be totally fine. We're not doing 7-piece. So, again, size of the dungeon varies depending on how many orbs you need to get for that dungeon. Whenever I say like 7-piece, this is what I mean. We need 7 puzzle pieces to progress through this dungeon, which means it's one of the largest dungeons that you can get. And at this point of the game, a dungeon that is that big has more opportunities to be unbeatable. Because at this point, zones can literally be unbeatable. If we get a bad combination of challenges, enemies, and enemy modifiers, we can just get to a room that can't be beat. And the problem with a 7-piece zone is you could get through, you could spend the next hour or 2 hours clearing the entire dungeon, getting to that last orb, just to find out that that last orb can't be gotten because it's an unbeatable enemy or challenge. So then you waste all that time going through one of the biggest zones just to find out that it's unbeatable. So at this point, I just don't even do 7-piece dungeons anymore. We just re-randomize and let it procedurally generate a new one and hope that it's going to be a 5 or a 6-piece instead of a 7. And even then, it can still be unbeatable. There's just less of a chance for it to be unbeatable because there's fewer orbs on a smaller map. Do you know what happens after we hit 500 completed zones, or will it be a surprise for you too? I pretty much know what happens. Again, there's basically zero footage. Nobody else out there has done what I'm doing. Nobody has actually shown gameplay footage of all 500 zones. I've seen a still screenshot of zone 500 from the level select screen. Not even the zone itself, just the level select screen showing the 500th zone. So I at the very least know what that looks like. But other than that, I've never seen actual gameplay or anything of the 500th zone. Supposedly it's just another zone just like any other that we've done for the past 5 years. Oh, but you can already see what the reward is. Let me move my fat head out of the way. You can already see what it is that we get. You see what the artwork is there? It's Mira. It's the dog from the Silent Hill 2 dog ending. And there's Mira's control room. That's our reward. We get to see that. All this other shit that's on the screen, the zone select, the panel on the left that says zone 491, unknown, current save, guardian battle, all that, we can't even move that shit out of the way. Like, we can't even move this UI out of the way to look at this artwork in the background. And this artwork in the background is literally our only reward. There's no achievement for getting all 500 zones done. You know, you don't get anything for doing all 500 zones except to see this. And you can't even just look at it. You still have the UI in front of everything. But yeah, that's our reward. That's all we get. We get to see the dog room. We get to see the control room. I like how the art scrolls up as you scroll past the zones. We'll see how you still feel about that. Because when we get to zone 500, I'm going to scroll all the way from 1 to 500. You'll get to see how long that takes. I mean, I agree. Having the artwork back there is kind of neat. But the fact that you don't get to see it without the UI in front, like, and how long it takes to scroll through. It's like, why even bother? Why even bother with that aspect? Nice RNG. We got us a 5-piece. We got a 5-piece. Oh. Camera back on. Don't want you to miss any precious moments while I sit here and have no expression visible on my face. Because this game just melts my brain. It's hard to even have like negative reactions towards this game. It's hard to even get all pissed off at it the way that I used to. Because it's just been hundreds of zones, almost 200 hours. Of the same stupid shit. The same mind-numbing, repetitive, horrible, dumb bullshit game. Useless save point. Okay, glad I checked. Glad I checked. When I say useless, by the way, I mean literally useless. Whenever you die, you normally start at the very beginning of the zone, which is like right here. And if you find the save point, you spawn at the save point instead of at the beginning of the zone when you die. So now instead of dying and spawning right here, you'll die and spawn one room over. It does nothing. It is useless. It serves no purpose. Good old procedural generation.
Step right up. We've got just about everything. I think I've got just the thing. Enjoy it now. Let's see what you got. I'll give you a fair price.
I am not getting any artifacts to sell. But again, at this point, I guess it doesn't really matter. Not really a whole lot of supplies that are going to need to be bought from this point forward. Hey, what's up, Lazy Space Bear? Often lurk and catch the VOD on YouTube due to never being around when you stream, but glad to make it for the finale. Needed to see this through. Prage. Well, thank you for being here for the finale. I hope you guys have been enjoying this crazy ride, whether you've been here since I started it 5 years ago, or if you just found me and started watching me today, or, you know, recently. Hope you guys are enjoying. Quite a journey. Again, this is a historic event. First time anyone has ever recorded full gameplay of all 500 zones of this stupid game. And I appreciate you guys being here, dealing with me whining about it for almost 200 hours. That means a lot to me. stupid invincibility thing. Piece. Exit should be right up here. There we go. Next zone. 492, baby. Almost there. Almost there. And feel the 500 on my face. I don't know. I don't like that. I'm not a fan of that. Just chilling. Loading times. 6 piece. Why does your character model look like the OG Doomslayer? I guess kinda. It's just the green sort of sci-fi looking armor. Mostly. Just because I've made this character look like a lot of things over the course of the playthrough. Like, you can change your character appearance pretty much whenever you want. Like, you have to buy an item to do it, but as long as you have the money to buy the item, you can always buy the item. Looks like Star Fox to me. Oh yeah, with the Mira, the dog head. I was wondering why people were making Star Fox jokes earlier. Now I get it. Now I get it. Character does kind of look like Star Fox. Theoretically, we could change him. We could change our character to be something else for the finale. We could finish it as Troy Baker James. At least we got some of those rooms you can get out of quickly. Thankfully, that is one of them where you can just zap everything and leave. You don't have to sit there and listen to Mary Elizabeth McGlynn mumbling at you from inside of a box. What was the forced perspective room? Those are called haunt rooms. Or ghost rooms or something like that. says it on here. Forsaken room. It's a forsaken room. And forsaken rooms, it's basically just a little event where if you do a good thing, you get good karma. If you do a bad thing, you get bad karma. Karma affects this meter up here in the top right. Bad karma gives you more towards the red side. Good karma gives you more towards the white side. And it unlocks abilities and stuff for you to do. It sounds really complex and complicated and sounds like it would be a really neat thing. Just like I was talking about before, it's basically useless. It does nothing really helpful. Like, it's basically just an attack. Like, you get some extra attacks that you can do. But they're not as good as just attacking things with these strongest weapons. So there's not really a whole lot of point to doing them. Some of the attacks can heal you, which can be nice in very rare situations where you're out of healing items and need a way to heal yourself. Some of the karma abilities can heal you, but even then, they do so little damage and don't heal very much. And you're more likely to get killed trying to use the awkward touch controls that you'll just wind up dying anyway. So it's another pointless, like completely pointless mechanic. Like so many other things in this game, where it literally serves no purpose. There's no point to worry about karma when you're almost 500 zones deep. So that's what those Forsaken rooms do. Basically, the TLDR is nothing. They do nothing. They waste your fucking time. Pyramid Head, why aren't you taking damage? I mean, I get that you're bloated and steel and have all of the hit points, but holy shit, your health bar is not moving. 4 damage. I'm doing 4 damage. 412 with the individual shots. I don't understand. More fucking stupid shit. There's a new episode of Worst of the Worst. DSP started playing Silent Hill 3. That's not what Worst of the Worst is for me. I haven't really... I need to figure out some other Worst of the Worst things to actually do. Because originally I intended Worst of the Worst to be me playing the worst possible versions of every Silent Hill game. But I only ever did one episode of Worst of the Worst. And that was playing Silent Hill HD Collection on a PlayStation 3, original model PlayStation 3, via the streaming PlayStation Now service that doesn't even exist anymore. At least not on PS3. So it was unpatched HD collection on PS3 on an old original model PS3 streamed via PlayStation Now. So I did a whole thing where I played through Silent Hill 2 and 3 completely, just to show off the worst possible version. Like, that is the worst possible way that you could play Silent Hill 2 or Silent Hill 3. And I played it so I could show it. Is that on YouTube? I need to put it on YouTube. I need to edit down the original video and split it into parts because it's too long to go onto YouTube. But it is on Twitch. If you look in my Silent Hill Collections playlist here on Twitch, and just look through the Silent Hill story playthroughs, look for Worst of the Worst. Or if you ask nicely, one of my moderators might even post a link to it in chat. You're on mobile? Yeah, that's the problem. It's so hard to navigate like videos on Twitch. Twitch is really only made for live streams. Even though they have, you can upload videos and you can do, you know, playlists, which are called collections on Twitch. You can do all this stuff with video content on Twitch, but it's impossible to fucking navigate. So nobody ever looks at it. Nobody ever knows that stuff is there. Go all the way around this way. We zoning? Found it? Okay. Glad you could find it. What's up, Dr. Freeman? We zoning. We zoning. In fact, I just need to make it to the exit of this one, and that is another zone down. Unpatched HD collection. Yeah, Demeter. Which doesn't even make that big of a difference. HD collection, even patched, is like awful. But the whole idea of the thing is that it's worst of the worst. It's the worst possible version of Silent Hill 2 and 3 that you can play. So not a shovel. He's already tried to give me a shovel like twice. Steel Guardian, which is technically the final boss of the game. It's the final boss of the story. So now we get to fight him, what, 6 zones away, 7 zones away from the end? The Boogeyman's weapon, wow. Yeah, it's a melee weapon though, so it's terrible. It is inherently worse than the flamethrower or the Princess Heart wands because it's a melee weapon. Any melee weapons, you have to stand still up close to the enemies, and enemies for the most part can kill you in one shot, so they're all bad. Cover your ears, because I need to get a damage glitch. There it is. Gameplay! I sure am holding down the square button. Got him. All right. This will actually give us an ending. So, here, enjoy.
I wanted to make things right.
I'm gonna take a
I
break.
did my best to fix the lives I'd affected.
Enjoy this
But happy
pointless
endings can
ending
be tricky.
because it's not actually an ending, and there's still zones to do.
And now
Whee!
I'm locking the book away. As long as I don't use it, life goes back to normal, like I never received it in the first place. I don't need to change anything. Not anymore. I'm done with this experiment.
Come on, man. Do you really think you're okay driving?
Of course I am. It's only a few blocks away.
Against the wall, punk. I'm not gonna ask you again.
He's got a gun!
Mommy? Are you there, Mommy? I'm scared.
Checked into rehab for the second time this year. His agents released a statement saying he will return to finish filming the popular series.
It was an accident. Look, I'll pay for it. I swear. I just need a little bit more time.
Violence continues today throughout the city, with 3 killed and over a dozen injured. I swear to God, Helen, could you just give me a minute to think?
Biggest scandal to ever hit this small town. With us today is the school psychologist who has an interesting take on the community's refusal to acknowledge. And where do we go, friends, when the tragedies of the world seem insurmountable? While we turn to the pages of the book, all will be answered if we can welcome the book's message.
In an area not known for its natural disasters, experts have stopped speculating as to the potential damage as the flames continue to burn.
Sir, did I hear you correctly? That isn't... People are dying out there. Our people.
I don't need to change anything. I don't need to change anything.
Hooray. Wasn't that fun? Next zone. 493. Don't know how to find a link to Worst of the Worst. Sorry. Go to my video page. Click on the little drop-down list where it shows like my videos. There's a little drop-down list so you can sort by like look at past broadcasts, look at highlights, etc. There's one for collections. So you're looking at collections. You're going to the Silent Hill story playthrough collection and then scrolling through it until you see Worst of the Worst. Or Legate has it. Couldn't find it in collections? Let me just pull it up. We're just sitting here staring at this zone loading anyway. What am I doing? Content. Collections. Silent Hill story playthroughs. Worst of the Worst, Episode 1. The Phantom Menace. Share. Video link. There it is. And we got a 7-piece zone anyway, so let's re-roll this. Wasn't Worst of the Worst basically my Saturday nights for the longest time? I mean, whatever adaptation of Worst of the Worst you want to do. Like, you used to do your bad game night. For me, Worst of the Worst was specifically, what is the worst version of each of the Silent Hill games that you can play? Very, very specific with what I was doing with Worst of the Worst on this channel. But after doing HD Collection, I was just kind of like, that's pretty much it. That's the main one. Those are the main worst versions that deserve, like, being shown, doing a stream to show exactly how bad they are. Because there's still, to this day, so many people who are like, I played the HD Collection and it's fine. And of course, if you have no basis of comparison, if you've never played Silent Hill 2 and 3 and it's your first time playing it, and you play the HD Collection, you're going to think it's fine because you're not going to have a basis of comparison. You're not going to recognize all of the lighting changes, all of the music changes, all of the sound effects that are wrong or playing at the wrong speed. And then there's stuff that's really obvious that even if you've never played those games before, you would recognize, like, hey, I don't think this character should have teeth in her eye. That seems like a wrong texture. Hey, this bloody texture shouldn't be bright fucking blue. Stuff like that. Sorry, but I'm going to need one very last wah-wah for the experience. It has to come up. If it has to come up in a zone. Maybe we'll get it. I'm not just going to do it for the sake of doing it. $4.93. Come on. Come on, $4.93. 5-piece zone. This is frustrating. It makes no sense. Like I said, Twitch video navigation is terrible. They're good when it comes to, like, focusing on live stream stuff, but highlights, clips, collections. The only thing I can click for collections is play all. Play all. That shouldn't be coming up at all. Don't make me fucking window capture my browser window and teach people how to navigate Twitch and find collections. If I have to do that, then the point is null. That's why I have YouTube. That's the whole point, that YouTube is a thing and will continue to be a thing. Even though Twitch could absolutely replace it if they ever put even a small percentage of their efforts focused onto their video content and not just their live content. They could absolutely overthrow YouTube. But, you know, Twitch doesn't give a shit about that. So yeah, I'll just have to get Worst of the Worst edited and put up on YouTube. Thanks, Rachel. We posted it in chat earlier. At this point, yeah, Hiramy's just venting because of how dumb it is to navigate. it wasn't super bad on mobile, except it wouldn't load over half the list initially. I think that's what's going on with Hirimi. Because, yeah, it does that. It sometimes just won't show you everything. For no real reason. Probably because they have no idea that it's even a problem. Because I'm probably one of the only streamers on Twitch that even bothers using the collections feature. Like, how many people even know that that's a thing that streamers can do? You can archive your entire stream as a highlight, and you can save all of your highlights in, like, categorized playlists called collections. It's not a bad idea in theory. I mean, it's literally the same as YouTube playlists. It's essentially the same feature. Isn't that a partner thing, though? I mean, maybe it might be restricted to just Twitch partners, which definitely sucks. Like, that should be something that any streamer has access to, or at least... oh, we might be fucked here, actually. At least, you know, affiliates and up. We got a fucking tribunal. My weapons are about to break. I have one wrench. This is terrible. Oh, this is terrible. Fuck exploded. Boogeyman doesn't feel like being damaged right now. This might be impossible. This is your example of an impossible scenario. Because now I don't have any materials to fix my weapons. I don't have enough weapons to kill these bosses, and I haven't found Howard the Merchant, and I can't explore the rest of the zone because as soon as I walk in that room, it locks me in that room until I kill all of those bosses. So even though this is a 5-piece dungeon, this can't be done. You re-roll tribunals? I think I have to at this point. If you don't have Howard to at the very least restock on stuff in between attempts at clearing them, you're just fucked. Like, you can't clear them with all of your weapons and supplies. Like, it's just not worth it. So even though we got a good small zone, we're gonna have to re-roll it because of that fucking tribunal mission. When I see the Volteal quest pop, I just nope out. I need to do the same. I humored it there, thinking that, you know, maybe I could still get through it. I didn't want to give up the 5-piece zone, but I should have known better. Like, it doesn't matter if it's a tribunal. This tribunal's just gonna end the fucking zone anyway. Make it, almost always makes it unbeatable at this point. Also, if Volteal mentions corrosives, Yep, corrosives are also a huge pain in the ass. Anything that wears down, you already burn through your med kits and wrenches and shit so quickly, and weapon durability is so low. The fact that things can also be corrosive on top of that and have, you know, super high HP and be bloated and healthy and everything else on top of that, so fucking dumb. Come on, 493. Come on, Derek. Loading screens for loading screens. Pretty much. Still don't understand why loading screens for this game are so long. It's not an impressive looking game. It doesn't seem to have that many things that it really needs to load in. The rooms don't even show you what's in them until you go in them, so you can load, like, as you explore and open shit. Which the game does that too. Realistically, it's just badly programmed. The fact that it takes such a long time to load the zone select, a stationary fucking image UI, 5-piece. Execution moves, it's at least not a tribunal. This might be doable. Got an orb in this room down here. Giants among us. Among us. Do you think that's, you know, anything cool or new or different as far as challenge goes? Guess what? It just means kill the enemies, but also kill a bogeyman. Dude, quit zapping me with your shit. Don't want your shit beam. And now he has decided he doesn't feel like taking damage. Do you think all of the hundreds of times that I've said it over the course of these 493 zones before this, do you think my point has come across clearly enough that enemies that can just decide to not take damage is a stupid fucking thing that no game should ever have? Especially in like an RPG dungeon crawl. An enemy that can just at any point for any amount of time go, no, I don't take damage. I say no to you. Hate how his AI knows enough to not walk on the trap panels. Yeah, I was even trying to get him to walk over onto the poison trap. No, his AI is going to walk perfectly around it every time. The only time enemies will walk on panels is when it benefits them. If it's like an invincibility panel, he'll step right fucking on it. healthy insane cancer. Die. The only reason I could even go for that was because I stepped on the invincibility thing. So it gave me enough time that I could go for the weapon combo. Otherwise, that insane cancer would have taken forever. I think it's faster to just
Get away.
make her call you mean.
No. Leave me alone. Stop it. Why are you so mean? I hope you die in this nasty place.
Thanks. Just let me out of this stupid room. It's Anne Cunningham? It is. It's the same model from Downpour. Or at least very heavily based on it. Which, by the way, Tom Hewlett and Adam Tierney kind of commented on that on Twitter a couple of days ago, like fairly recently. Some random person on Twitter, who apparently is also playing this game, but somebody was like, I was playing Book of Memories recently and came across this room, and they posted a room where it's not the one that I just did, but it's a similar one where it's that same little girl model, but in a park with her parents, and they're all statues. And you hear some dialogue between them. And basically you have the option of just leaving them alone and letting their dialogue play out, or attacking them and killing them. And somebody on Twitter asked Tom Hewlett, like, hey, this really looks like Cheryl from Shattered Memories, as well as the parents looking very similar to Harry and Dahlia from Shattered Memories. And they were asking, you know, was that intentional? Like, is that supposed to be a direct, you know, reference? Or is it just reusing assets? Like, basically asking, what's up with that? Tom Hewlett basically said, I don't know, ask Adam. And tagged Adam Tierney. And Adam Tierney basically said, I'm not the 3D, you know, character modeler.
Cutting straight to business, I see.
So his answer was, the 3D modeler might have used those things as a reference,
Now don't you waste
but it was
that.
not something that he, like, put intentional thought into, like, this is Anne Cunningham, or this is Cheryl from Shattered Memories. It was something just supposed to be like, okay, you know, it's there. But clearly the 3D modeler is using, like, the exact same models from Shattered Memories and Downpour. So I don't know.
Don't spend it all in one place.
I just don't know.
Don't be a stranger.
But I just thought that was kind of funny. That even Tom and Adam, you know, the main two creators, developers behind this game, and it's like, yeah, they don't know. Why corrosive? Okay, we got damage glitch at least. Fuck. Saw once the dialogue that explains DJ Bobby Rick's reason to be in Silent Hill spinning records. That's explained in the comic book for Downpour. Like, that's explained in the Anne story comic. Not this game. There's a lot of stuff in Downpour that's explained in the comic. You know, the comic book for Downpour, Anne story, that came out like 3 years after Downpour and hardly anybody knows about. Just read the comic book instead of all these things that should have just been in the game, you know? Talks about a DJ shooting a guy in this game. Something like that. I think you're confused, Charisma. I don't recall that at all. Six puzzle pieces. $4.94. The smash hit that was Downpour's comic. I mean, it's a shame because I do like that comic book. The Anne story comic is like a decent comic. And a lot of the plot hole issues that I have with Downpour are resolved in that comic. Like, not all of it, but a good chunk of it. Like, a lot of my complaints about Downpour's story have things, you know, answers and fill plot holes. But that's kind of the problem. Like, that should not be the kind of stuff that goes into a comic book. You need that stuff to be in the main game. Major story stuff that gives answers to plot holes and shit needs to be in the main game. Huey the Horse? Yep. Huey the Horse is one of Lakeside Amusement Park's mascots. Everybody knows Robbie the Rabbit because Robbie the Rabbit's the only one they, like, do anything with throughout the series. But yeah, in Silent Hill 3, when you go to the Silent Hill Amusement Park, Lakeside Amusement Park, you find posters and stuff for all of the mascots. So it's Robbie the Rabbit, Huey the Horse, Dawn the Duck, and Kathy the Kitty. And all of them are... pins of them are artifacts in this game. Yeah, so there's Dawn the Duck, Huey the Horse, Kathy the Kitty, and Robbie the Rabbit. That stuff's accurate. That stuff is from, like, the original games. It's pretty obscure, but it's at least stuff that is from the games.
Give me that knife.
As opposed to, like, Django's Dondonda, which is an artifact that is this. It's a giant banana. And it smells like milk. Don't know what the fuck that is. Don't know what that's a reference to. It's definitely not a Silent Hill thing.
Derek, honey, are you happy?
What's that supposed to mean?
How many zones are there in this game, and which zone are you on? There's 500 in the game. I'm on 494. It's taken me 5 years to get here. So welcome. Welcome to the very end of a very long struggle. And I do mean struggle. What happens when you get to the end? Keep watching and find out. We're gonna know. In the very near future. Kind of the whole point. Dude, what is with Pyramid Heads suddenly taking like no fucking damage? The banana is from Silent Hill on 3DS. Pretty sure that's not a thing. Now someone will make a Silent Hill game for 3DS just to make it so. I mean, there were originally plans to make a DS Silent Hill game. The devs eventually wound up making Dementium the Ward based on that Silent Hill for DS concept. But there was never any actual Silent Hill games for DS or 3DS. Explains why Dimension's opening is literally just Homecomings. Yeah, I mean, that is actually how that game started life. Was they made a playable demo in order to pitch the idea of a Silent Hill game on DS to Konami. And then when Konami rejected the pitch, they were like, fuck it, let's just make something original out of this idea. And they made Dementium the Ward. Make our own Silent Hill game with blackjack and hookers. Yeah, pretty much. That was kind of the thought behind it. Orb number 5. Let's see if we can find the last one. Here's the exit. I also need to find Howard. Perfect.
You look like hell, kid. I think I've got just the thing. I do believe you're set. You'll be back.
All right, so we need to go find the other orb, and then we'll just do the one we just found on the way towards the exit. Here we go. Empirical. Remember Dimension reviewing fairly well? I've usually heard it reviewed pretty well. I've only played a little bit of it. I'd never sank like a whole lot of time into playing it. I remember trying it out for a few hours and being like, this was okay, and then not really going back and finishing it though. Fucking hate how often that happens, man. I usually just stop and start breaking an orb at a random spot around it. But if there is a trap of any sort like that and right next to it, if I stop an attack, in the time it takes my attack to finish, like, I make an attack and then start trying to move again, right? But you're locked into the attack animation. So until that animation finishes, it doesn't let you start moving. So if I pick a point and hit the attack button to break the orb, and then realize that there's a trap near my feet, in the time it takes me to recover from the attack and try to move, the trap hits me. It hits faster than my attack recovery, which means I'm just locked in place and I just stand there and die. Because the trap kills me in one hit. Because of course it kills me in one hit. Everything fucking kills me in one hit. Hey, Mega Rad Man. Thanks. I'm glad you're proud of me.
Like hell, kid.
Sell
Let's
some
see
shit.
What you got. I'll give you a fair price.
That's all I've got to sell. Oh, I have an extra one of these.
It's a deal. It's good to be well supplied. Now don't you waste. Don't be a stranger.
$493 is so much different from the past other 492 zones. Oh yeah. We're about to see the game start getting really crazy. All you had to do was get 494 zones in. About how long does it take to get through each zone? It's all random. Everything is random. Everything is procedurally generated. Sometimes zones take 5 minutes. Sometimes it takes hours. Sometimes they are literally impossible and you have to re-randomize them. That sounds like fun. It's not. Nothing about this game or this experience has been fun. Game doesn't really start till you get to floor 495. We're here. And it's a 5-piece. And it's guiding Mira. Which is good, because at least that's not Tribunal. And the first room is a fucking butcher. Sure. I feel like the damage has dropped off the Princess Heart wands, where the only time they are actually better is when you get the damage glitch. And if you don't get a damage glitch, it's probably better off to just be using the flamethrower. The flamethrower chews straight through wrenches, though. Like, it devours wrenches so quickly. It is one of the lower durability weapons. But the damage is consistent. And I just, every time I'm attacking stuff with the Princess Heart wands, if I don't get the damage glitch, it feels like I'm just doing nothing. Like their health bars barely move. Mega Radman, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome back. Thank you for the 10 months of support. Thank you, thank you. Sorry if you've been asked this so many times, but are we hyped for the Silent Hill 2 remake? No. No, we're not. I mean, you can be. I am not. I'm excited for new Silent Hill games in general, but I am not optimistic that the Silent Hill 2 remake is going to be particularly good. Mostly because I've played almost all of Bloober's entire library at this point, and I don't like any of their games. Don't like Layers of Fear, don't like Layers of Fear 2, don't like the Blair Witch, don't like the Medium. Very, very underwhelmed and displeased with pretty much all of the Bloober team stuff. So if Silent Hill 2 remake is basically just Silent Hill 2 but as a Bloober game, that's going to not be a great experience. I'm not super hype. I'm not optimistic that that's going to turn out to be a good thing. As said, I'm happy that there are new Silent Hill games just coming out in general. But yeah, I don't have a lot of optimism, especially with the remake, Silent Hill 2 remake, that they're going to be any good.
Take your time. There's plenty of it.
Was just immediately upset that they didn't remake 1 first. Not surprised, just upset. Same.
I think I've got just the thing.
If any game needs the full remake treatment,
Now don't you waste.
it's Silent Hill 1.
Thanks for your business.
And again, I understand why. I know why they would do 2 first. 2 is easily the overall fan favorite. I can't say anything. That 2 is my favorite out of the series, so I understand why it happened. But I don't think it needs a remake. And it definitely doesn't need a remake before Silent Hill 1 getting a remake. They could do so many cool things with Silent Hill 1. I mean, that's the thing. You look at stuff like enemy designs, right? So you got the Silent Hill 2 original and now Silent Hill 2 remake. and you look at stuff like the nurses. The nurses have been a big point of contention lately for Silent Hill 2 Remake. The nurses are almost identical to their Silent Hill 2 counterparts, but they're more detailed, and they have a little bit of a design change. You know, they have like dark stockings on and stuff like that. But for the most part, like, they look like nurses, Silent Hill nurses. Now, look at Silent Hill 1. Look at the scratchers and the sewers. Look at the claw fingers in those PS1 graphics compared to the concept art of those characters. Well, I say concept art. They were technically drawn after the models. But you look at the drawn artwork of those enemies, how Ito intended them to look, how he imagined that they look, compared to how they look in-game. And it's such a big difference. Because, like, obviously the PS1 was very limited with what they could do as far as, you know, details in enemy and animations. Like, they were a lot more limited. So getting to see something like Silent Hill 1 enemies and Silent Hill 1 in general with like modern graphics, Ito getting to, you know, take those designs and make something closer, visually closer to like what he envisioned for each of those creatures. Oh man, that would have been great. I would have loved to have gotten that. We're not getting that. At least not first. Now, if, and this is a huge if Silent Hill 2 sells well enough, and I mean really fucking sells well, we're talking like outsells Resident Evil 4 Remake. If Silent Hill 2 Remake can be that successful, Konami would probably be like, fuck it, let's remake all of them. And maybe we will get that Silent Hill 1 remake. But Silent Hill 2 needs to be such a huge success for that to even be on their radar to remake any of the other games. Because if Silent Hill 2 doesn't make Konami piles of fucking money, they're just going to say to hell with it. And not worry about any more remakes. They're going to be like, this was too much time and too much effort and too much upfront money to not sell as many copies as we hoped. Because at the end of the day, that's all they're looking at. They're only looking at those numbers. If Silent Hill 2 outsells RE4, Konami's going to be like, let's give them what they want. Silent Hill 2 DLC. I would not be surprised at all if Silent Hill 2 gets DLC either way. I would not be surprised at all if Silent Hill 2 Remake gets DLC, regardless of how well the base version sells. I'm really hoping they don't do that for Born from a Wish. I'm clutching onto the hope that Born from a Wish is still included as part of the actual game, like main game. But that's the kind of thing that they would do. Split that off and make it DLC. Maybe expand on it a little bit, but that would not shock me. Not in the slightest. didn't think about this, but they totally could include it in the regular scenario. I mean, they might. There's no telling what they do with that. They could keep it a separate scenario. They could do it as DLC. They could include it as like part of the main story where like in order to progress you are forced to do the Born from a Wish scenario or their variation on it. Resident Evil made a comeback. I don't have the same hopes for Silent Hill, sadly. Silent Hill 2 has a real uphill battle like Resident Evil. Oh, by the way. 496. Silent Hill 2 has a real uphill battle like Resident Evil was in a similar situation but managed to regain relevance with 7 before RE2R knocked it out of the park. RE3 remake was rough, but 8 still managed to pull through before Resident Evil 4 remake hit. See, that's the thing is I feel like Capcom is just a little bit more consistent. You might not like everything that they make, but they consistently tend to make better things at the end of the day. Like, yeah, 3 remake had some rough stuff, and like Resident Evil 6 was not great, but 5 was fun. 5 was a fun little co-op thing. 7 was great and basically, yeah, revitalized the franchise. All the remakes have been really well done and well handled, again, with an exception with Resident Evil 3, but even with 3, like, I thought 3 was still good-ish. Like, it had a lot of cut content. That was the main complaint with 3 remake, was people paid full price for it, and if you paid full price for it, it definitely felt like a ripoff. I bought it at a discount later on after the fact, so my feelings towards it might not be as harsh as a lot of people who, you know, paid full price and then got a game that was missing a lot of content compared to the original. But then when you look at like the Silent Hill franchise and Konami's track record, it's not good. It's not nearly as good as Capcom. Whole lot more games that were not great and deviated a lot from what the original games were like and what the fans, for the most part, wanted. Come on, bud. I really need you to feel like taking damage. Put your fucking fart cloud away. Thank you. Hey, Gadius. Hey, Nub, I'm supposed to be asleep. Then I saw you were doing the last Book of Memories, so I had to stop by and bid farewell to this hell. Yeah, we are finishing it off tonight. But thanks for coming in, stopping by, helping me out, giving that support. Hey Nub, since you're almost done with this game, would you recommend this to a diehard Silent Hill fan to play? No. I mean, unless you are literally in my situation. If you are such a diehard Silent Hill fan where you have thousands of hours played on all the other Silent Hill games. You've already done everything else you can possibly do with the series. You've done story playthroughs and understand the plot of every single game. You've done challenge runs on the hardest difficulties, knife only, you know, pipe only, great knife only, 10-star runs, randomizer runs, speed runs. Like, if you've exhausted every single possible thing that you can do with all of the other Silent Hill games that exist, then sure, why not? If you are in that position and still looking for Silent Hill stuff to do, this certainly is another game that is officially a Silent Hill title that you can play. But even then, I have a hard time recommending it. Because unless you are very specifically in that position, you're a Silent Hill fan who's done literally everything else. And even then, I am hesitant. I'm reluctant to be like, yeah, go ahead and just play Book of Memories. No, because even then, for most people, I would say no. Don't waste your fucking time. Look up a playthrough of it, watch 10 minutes of it, and once you've seen 10 minutes of gameplay for this game, you've seen all of it. You've seen every last bit of it. It never deviates, it never changes. Yeah, your weapon might change and the monsters might change and everything scales up and gets more and more bullshit. But the gameplay loop itself, like the core gameplay and feeling and tone of this game never, ever, ever changes. So yeah, unless you're a crazy fucking Silent Hill fan like me, who's doing it just to literally be able to say I've played and completed every single Silent Hill game that exists, don't bother. If you're not in that situation, don't bother with this. See these complaints? Alrighty, I'll play it. No, you're not ready. You're not ready to play it. You haven't played the other Silent Hill games enough. You still need to learn how to speedrun all the Silent Hill games. If you speedrun Silent Hill games and your times are not better than my times, you haven't played enough of the other games. You don't need to play Book of Memories yet. You can speedrun the other games. You still have things to do. Although I guess if that was the criteria, technically, I still have things to do too. Like, all right. We're going to get to zone 499 and then not do zone 500 until I get world record in every single Silent Hill game.
Cutting straight to business.
Every category.
Spend those memories wisely now. Enjoy it now. Let's see what you got. I'll give you a fair price.
And I have had Silent Hill world records. Not a lot. And not for very long. But I've had a few.
It's a deal.
I had the any % Silent Hill 3 world record for like a weekend.
Do come again.
I had the Silent Hill arcade world record for like half of a day. When we very first made the category and like there were no other submissions. think that's it. I think those are the only world records I've ever gotten. Had a lot of other games and stuff come close. I came close to the Silent Hill 2 world record several times back in the day, before directional controls were discovered to be faster. Invisible bogeyman wandering around, just a floating hammer. Back with Silent Hill 2, when it was tank controls and directional controls hadn't been discovered as being faster, I was pretty consistently second place for a lot of 2015, 2016. Usually, like, for that long stretch of time, Big Man Japan had the Silent Hill 2 world record. And usually second place went back and forth between me and another runner named Orofine. So I came real close to Silent Hill 2 world records for a while. Then directional controls were discovered to be faster by a runner named Super Gamer. And I basically had to relearn how to play the game because I had always played it with tank controls. Wait, why do I not have an orb for here? Oh, is it the fucking invisible bogeyman? He's part of this challenge orb. So I'm gonna have to kill him. Did you have the Silent Hill 3 world record when the Borley Haunted Mansion skip was found? I'm trying to remember when it was. It was when we discovered you could Alt-Tab in order to pause the in-game time for Borley's. And when I say we discovered, I mean Shunpuck discovered it. And a few people watching Shunpuck's stream were like in the know about it, but not everybody knew about it. Sasam submitted a run to the leaderboards that got accepted. The first run to be accepted using the Alt-Tab. And since it got accepted, I was basically like, okay, well, if this got accepted with no question asked, then I guess we can just submit runs with this. And if not, then submitting a new world record using it will definitely cause the discussion to be had of whether or not to allow it. So I sat and grinded out runs using the Alt-Tab, and the world record at the time was like a minute and a half faster than my PB at the time. And Borley's Haunted Mansion Alt-Tab basically saved that difference in time, roughly that hour and a half. So I was basically in a position where I was like, if I can get just a minor PB that also uses this Alt-Tab, it'll be a world record. And that's exactly what happened. I was the second person to submit a run using the Alt-Tab for Borley's. Which beat Bakba Soup's record at the time. I even said it in my run. Like, when I finished that run, I was like, sorry, Bach, you're gonna have to run this game again and do this stupid Alt-Tab thing. So But for that very brief moment, I did have Silent Hill 3 world record. It was really funny too. It was really, really funny to me, the way that all that plan like played out. Because I can remember when I submitted the run, Punchy, who you know, is one of the runners and moderators for the Silent Hill speedrun community for a long, long time. Punchy saw the run submitted as being new world record, and like Punchy knew that I ran that game, but I was pretty consistently like, you know, 8th place, 9th place, like top 10, but not a world record runner. Like I was good, but not that good. And Punchy knew that. So the moment that I submitted that run and Punchy saw it waiting to be approved to go on the leaderboards, in the Discord, Punchy was like, "What did you do? What did you find?" Because he knew, like, if not for some new tech or something, I probably would not have that world record. I just thought it was really funny that he knew it right away. That his brain wasn't like, oh, Nub must have really grinded this out and got his times down or whatever. It was like, no, what did you do? What did you find? What sort of trickery is this? Why would Nub have this world record? And now Silent Hill 3 is one of the stupidest fucking speedruns in the series. We were so naive back then. We never thought Silent Hill 3 would become as broken as it is now. Okay, I'm literally just missing a fucking puzzle piece. It's just going to be sitting on the ground in one of these rooms, and of course it's not marked on the map. So I just have to find the room. There's a random room in this dungeon that's got my last puzzle piece just sitting there on the fucking ground.
It's good to be well supplied. Now don't you waste. Thanks for your business.
No one noticed mine because it hadn't run in a year when you did yours, so you only PB'd by like a minute and got 6th. But that in itself should have been suspicious. Yeah, but it still snuck by. Snuck in there undetected. If you cheat for low ass time, most people don't care though. I mean, that's one of those weird things, especially if you're an established runner. Like, people have already been seeing you run, you know, they know you're part of the community. They've seen your submitted runs and stuff before. That eventually, oh, there it is. People, they don't look at your stuff that close. And if you submit a run that's not like top 3, a lot of times you'll get a moderator who just kind of skims through it. I used to mod for the Silent Hill speedrun leaderboards, and like I would do the same thing. If it's like, oh, here's Starwind submitting a homecoming PB. Usually I would just kind of skim through it. I would check the major things, like major clips and stuff. But I wouldn't necessarily sit and watch an entire run from beginning to end if it's like somebody who I know who's already been submitting a lot of runs. over a long period of time. 497. 3 zones away from 500. I've always wondered how that was done. Like leaderboards, speedrunning and stuff. It's just people. It's just moderators, people who volunteer their time to look at runs. But yeah, most of the time, unless there's a reason to be suspicious, people won't be suspicious. If you're just like a brand new runner, nobody's ever heard of you, and you suddenly show up and you have like a top 3 time in a very competitive game, people are going to examine like every fucking frame of your run. 7-piece. Not today. Not today, Satan. Because that has definitely been a thing too. When I was moderating for the Silent Hill leaderboards, we would get new runners, and sometimes somebody none of us have heard of, and I've literally downloaded runs and gone through them frame by frame. I would check some runs, loading them up into an editor so that I could look at the audio as like one consistent waveform from beginning to end, because that's a good way to find if people are splicing runs. A lot of time they'll look at splicing video to make sure that the video lines up, but you'll see where audio drops out and stuff where it's not supposed to, or where it hard cuts, where an edit was made. So I've had to do that for runs, and we have in the Silent Hill community, speedrunning community, like we have caught cheaters. We have definitely caught people who were just splicing runs, or more often stealing runs. More commonly is the less effort, because splicing still takes some effort. What we saw more often was people just stealing runs, where they would go and, let's say you've got a top runner who usually their runs are in the top like 3 or top 5 or whatever for a game. And during a stream, they might do 10 runs of a game, of a category, and they'll only submit one of those, if that. Sometimes you could grind and do days and weeks, months of streams, and none of those would be something that you submit. It's not a PB or not good enough or whatever. For whatever reason, you don't submit it. Well, there would be people who would just go steal that footage, that video, and submit it as their own. And just be like, look, I did this. Here's my run. So we had people in the Silent Hill community do that, where they were just straight up stealing runs from other people, submitting unsubmitted runs from other known runners. But then when you compare them, like, it's very easy to see that it's just a stolen run, because no 2 runs are ever exactly the same. Like, even with Silent Hill games, with everything being grinded down, like Silent Hill 1 at this point, PBs and world records are going to be done in like matters of a single second. So even if you're looking at like, let's say Punchy and Aaron and Borizzle, all really good Silent Hill 1 speedrunners. If all of them did a run that was exactly, 30 minutes and 1 second, even if their in-game times all come down to that same exact time, even if they all use the exact same route, ask anybody else in the Silent Hill community who knows those 3 runners and how they run the game. You could look at them. You could look at all 3 of those runs and be like, yeah, this is Bazookia, or like, this is Borizel's run, or this is Punchy's run. Like, you can recognize how people play. People do certain things the same way, and especially when you've been running a game as long as those people have been, you have little things to the way that you do things that are instantly identifiable. So when you see like random people submitting a run that's really good and you look at it and you're like, no, this is not your run. And then if you compare it side by side, you can absolutely see like movement is never exactly the same, you know, between two runs like that. Menuing and things like that is never exactly the same. So there's always ways to tell. Boris is easy to recognize because the Chad strafe strats. True. True. Wow, you must have been paid handsomely for such diligent work. Hell no. Speedrunning and moderating speedruns and stuff has basically never been a paid job for anybody. You're always volunteering. I don't get paid handsomely for anything. Every once in a while, I get paid a little bit for playing Silent Hill games all the time. But this is it. This is what you're looking at. This is me getting paid handsomely. Play Silent Hill for like 8 to 10 hours and make like, you know, $5 an hour if I'm super lucky. Avatar 5D. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the 73 months. Holy shit. That is a lot of months. That is a lot of love and support. Avatar's been around for a long time, since before getting partnered or anything like that. Some of my first emotes back before getting partnered and stuff, we just used Frankerface Z for emotes. Some of my first channel emotes through Frankerface Z were made by Avatar 5D. And you're still here, showing that love, showing some support. And you did. You made it in time for the finale. We're 3 zones away from zone 500 after all these years. Oh man, I almost forgot about that. Yeah, you made, God, what all did you make for me? You made the original game saved emotes that we used for Frankerface Z. I thought you might have made some other ones. It's so weird to think about, you know? Twitch is so different compared to like back then. I'm like thinking about how it was streaming before I got partnered, because I got partnered in March of 2017. But But I've been streaming since 2011. Been streaming specifically Silent Hill since 2015. And there was no affiliate at that time. I got partnered right before affiliate was even made a thing. So even just getting partnered was a lot harder back then. And yeah, having to rely on like Frankerface Z to have, you know, any kind of emotes. I just want to be done. I'm so close to being done. But I can't make any progress because this shit is bullshit. Pretty sure I found you playing Street Fighter or some sort of fighting game of all things. Something I've never been super into. Is that really how you found the channel? Was when I was doing like Street Fighter 4? Because if I was like doing fighting games, that's the main fighting game back then that I would have been playing and streaming was Street Fighter 4. Or maybe at the very beginning when I was first starting to play Street Fighter 5 and hadn't quite realized that I don't like that game yet. Because I really tried with Street Fighter 5 for a while, but eventually just kind of gave up on it. It just wasn't as good. 6 is looking awesome though. You guys might have to deal with me playing a lot of fighting games on stream when Street Fighter 6 drops. Because depending on how good that game is once it actually comes out, again, so far it looks really fucking good, but you never know until it actually fully releases and there's time for the community to like play it and figure stuff out. But if 6 winds up being as good as it looks right now, I might be playing it a lot. Like, potentially going and competing in tournaments and stuff again. Because that's what I used to do for Street Fighter 3 Third Strike and Street Fighter 4.
What's your pleasure?
I played at EVO for Street Fighter 4 back in 2012 and 2013. Played in a lot of stuff like Capcom Cup and Texas Showdown for a bunch of games. Street Fighter 4 being like my main one, but I used to play Marvel vs. Capcom 3, Street Fighter Cross Tekken, KOF. Who did I main in Street Fighter 4? Dudley. I had a few characters that I could play like really well, but whenever I played like tournaments and stuff, Dudley. Dudley is always like my main. Because Dudley was also one of my mains in Third Strike. I started playing Dudley in Third Strike, and then he's really fucking fun in 4 as well. Even though he wasn't like particularly high tier, he was just a really fun character, so I played him a lot. And got really fucking good with him. Third Strike Dudley's a beast. Third Strike Dudley is an absolute beast. Way more of a threat in Third Strike compared to 4. Because in Third Strike, I pretty much played Dudley, and for matchups that were bad for Dudley, I played Urian. For Street Fighter 4, I basically played Dudley, and then for matchups that were bad for Dudley, I played Sakura. And then Street Fighter 5 came out, and I played Armika for a while, and then kind of fell off with that. And then Sakura came out, and I started playing Sakura. Kind of fell off from that. I just fell off from everything when it comes to Street Fighter 5. It just wasn't as fun. It just wasn't nearly as much fun as 4 or Third Strike. It felt very limited. Like, I always felt really, really limited with what I could do in 5 compared to 3 or 4. Like, you only had very specific things that would work with each other and very specific scenarios that would work with each other. So it wound up breaking that game down into kind of a fundamental nightmare where every match is just, you're fishing for that one hit, you know? You've got your combo to do at the beginning when you don't have very much meter that builds meter. And then you get meter, and then you have your combo that does the most possible damage using EX. And your combo that does the most possible damage using, you know, V-Skill 2 or whatever. And your neutral game just winds up being completely around that. So you're always just fishing for that one hit to lead into your one combo that is like the effective and efficient thing for you to do. And it just gets boring. It gets real boring real fast. Can you recall what your first fighting game was that got you into fighting games? Mortal Kombat 1. Street Fighter 2 is also right around the same time. But Street Fighter 2 and Mortal Kombat 1. Basically, like, I got lucky. I grew up in Austin, Texas. So, like, and I'm old enough that arcades and arcade machines were still a thing. So,
What's your pleasure?
I would go to, like, the corner store.
It's good to be well supplied.
Or the little local mom and pop video rental store.
Enjoy it.
And they have arcade machines.
Drop by anytime.
And I mean, at that time, there was fucking lines of kids, like, and teenagers and whatever, lining up to play Mortal Kombat or lining up to play Street Fighter 2 in like early mid 90s. So I'd be down at the 7-Eleven or whatever, and I'd have my, you know, like $1.50 in quarters. You go up to the machine and you put your quarter up on the side of the machine to kind of basically mark your place in line. And you would just stand there and wait for your turn to get up to the machine. And if you got up there and played against whoever was there and beat them, you stayed on the machine and the next person come up and grab their quarter and play against you until you lost. And that was it. That was fighting games. But yeah, that's what got me into it. It was first Mortal Kombat game and Street Fighter 2. Because arcade machines for those games were just everywhere. and they were super popular at the time. So any place where you would go, any little pizza place that had an arcade machine or gas station or, you know, whatever, there was always going to be people around playing. I have one fucking puzzle piece left. It's probably in this room right here that I don't have a key for, and I'm going to lose my mind. I've already followed everything else up from this point. It's got to be somewhere I died, maybe over on the right hand side of the map. Would be cool to see you compete in tournaments. Definitely going to go to some locals for Street Fighter 6. I mean, I definitely miss doing that kind of thing. Because, yeah, I got really... Once, like, right before Street Fighter 4 came out, so around 2006, 2007, I started getting into, like, competitive games more and more. Originally, the first, like, video game that I did any sort of competition or anything for was Dance Dance Revolution. When I was, like, 13... I started going to DDR tournaments because that was just the game that I played all the time. That was kind of my introduction to, like, wow, people really, you know, play video games like competitively and win money. That was my first experience seeing that that was a thing, was with DDR tournaments around like 2001, 2002. And then I started looking into like all these other video game tournaments, going to a DDR tournament and asking about where to find more competitive players is how I found out about anime conventions, because anime conventions go very much hand in hand with video game community people. So anime cons usually have arcades and tournaments and stuff like that set up. So then I started going to anime conventions, started going into more tournaments and stuff through that. Got introduced into like fighting game tournaments. And then, like I said, around 2006, 2007, I started doing tournaments for like Third Strike and King of Fighters 11. And then 2008, Street Fighter 4 came out. And I was just like, I just want to do this. I'm going to sink all of my time into Street Fighter 4 and try to do well at tournaments playing this game.
I do believe you're set.
And I did okay.
Extra gear burning a hole.
Better than average, but I never like won a tournament. Not anything bigger than like a little local thing. I did like won some local things where it's like, you know, the local bar is doing a Street Fighter night and, you know
where I am if you
8 people show up and 2 of them barely know how to play. I've won some stuff like that. But like when I went to Evo, I didn't play any matches up on stage or, you know, anything like that. Evo, I showed up at Evo 2012. I played in pools. I beat my first opponent. And I was like, yeah, my first victory, like my first match, and I won. And I'm at Evo. I'm really doing this. I went against my second opponent, beat them, and I was like, 2-0, like I'm gonna get out of pools without taking any losses. Third opponent lost and went into the losers bracket for my pool. Fourth opponent beat me, put me out. That was it. That was Evo 2012. Beat 2 people, lost to 2 people. That's it. That was it. Did you ever get into Tekken? I tried. I cannot play 3D fighting games at more than like a friendly level. I can't play them seriously, like competitively. I suck at 3D fighters. So Tekken, Soul Calibur, Virtua Fighter, anything, any fighting games where it's like a 3D plane, I suck at them. I'm at the very least not good enough at them to play competitively. Let's sell some shit.
Take your time. There's plenty of it. Extra gear burning a hole in your pocket. All exchanges are final. Pleasure. Good luck out there.
The main DDR you personally play is Dance Dance Revolution X. It's the one you've had the longest. See, back when I was playing DDR, the main things I was playing were, well, I guess it's weird because depending on like the home versions and everything, it gets weird when you start talking about DDR because what I played was called 6th mix, 7th mix, and 8th mix when I was doing tournaments. So the home versions of those, or the names that people would probably recognize them as, would be Dance Dance Revolution Max, Dance Dance Revolution Max 2, and Dance Dance Revolution Extreme. Those were like the main ones when I was really playing and being more competitive. Wait. Oh, there it is. First, I thought I was missing a piece. There it is. I was the same way. Best advice, play it like a 2D, but add some 3D along the way. Trust me, I have tried. 498. 2 zones, baby. 2 more zones. If I showed up to anything, it would be one of those 2 people who pretty much don't even know how to play. Hey, that's still a starting point. Everybody had to start at some point. Suck at all fighters, but that doesn't stop me from trying and failing to be competitive. It's one of those things where, like, I don't know, I like learning things about games. I've always enjoyed kind of learning, especially when there's a game that I really enjoy, learning kind of as much as I can about it, stuff that's not necessarily like on the surface. And once I've started seeing like competitive fighting games and all the different ways, because like I was like that as a kid when I was playing Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter 2 on those arcade machines, back in those days. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. Like, I didn't know all the more nuanced things when it came to playing fighting games. I was basically just mashing buttons. And then you kind of graduate from like mashing buttons to figuring out how to actually do a move. So then it becomes like, oh, now this move doesn't just like happen accidentally. I know what command I'm doing to make it happen. So then you sort of like step up a little bit. And then you start working on your execution. You start practicing more. More and more often when you want a move to come out, you get the move that you're trying to get. Because that's always a really satisfying moment. You know, you're playing Street Fighter or whatever and get to a point where you know if you're going for a fireball, the fireball's going to come out. Most of the time, if not all the time. Your uppercut. If you're going for the uppercut, you're always going to get your uppercut. And then, I don't know, after a certain point, I can remember a big turning point for me was a group of friends. A lot of you through my streams know my friend Jubes and some of my other friends who've been around for a long time. I got introduced to Jubes through a mutual friend who played fighting games, and they were doing, like, every Friday they'd get together at another friend's house and play fighting games. So eventually I got introduced to that group and started doing fighting games with them on Friday nights. And one of the first things that they played when I went to hang out with them and play some fighting games was Guilty Gear. At the time we were playing Guilty Gear XX. Had just come out on PS2. So we were playing Guilty Gear, and one of our friends had this big printed out like stack of papers that had like all of the frame data for all of the moves for all of the characters. So not just the moves, but it was also my introduction to frame data. And that was a really big game changer for me, was having these friends who I sit down and play fighting games with, and they're like, you're already good at these things, but here is some more information that helps you get better. So then I start looking at frame data, and you start understanding like when a move is positive, when a move is negative, when it's basically safe and not safe. And then your whole idea of how to play fighting games suddenly changes. Like, you weren't just doing a thing to do a thing, you put more thought behind it. You start thinking, well, I don't want to just randomly stick this move out because it's very unsafe. And, you know, if something puts me at a disadvantage frame-wise, then if it gets blocked or if it misses, the opponent can capitalize much harsher. And I was playing with people who knew that and who would capitalize on those things. So you like get to that point of understanding the game at a little bit higher level. You start understanding frame data, and you start understanding safe and not safe, and things that, you know, realizing things that you can link together, or combos that you can do that you didn't realize you could do before. That when you're looking at frame data, you can go, oh, this should be possible, as opposed to just sort of messing around and like mashing buttons and figuring out what stuff works and what stuff doesn't. It's a cool experience. And then that's pretty much where it builds up to like competitive play. Then you go to a tournament and it's like, all right, I got my character, I practice them, I play them. I know their frame data. I know the frame data of the majority of the cast. You know, some like character specific matchup type things. And then you go to a tournament and just like see how you can do. See how much stuff you can learn from other people and other players. Start figuring out all kinds of little bits of tech and it's a really fun sort of experience for me, you know, anyway, going through and learning all these things and getting better. It's a big part of what eventually drew me to like speedrunning as well. Speedrunning, very, very similar concept, where you're taking a game and sort of learning all these things about it that you wouldn't really ever know or want to know outside of speedrunning. And you just sort of get to a point where you can understand a game at, you know, with a lot more depth than you would have known it otherwise. And then you're sort of putting your practice of that game and your knowledge of that game to the test by comparing against other people, whether it's you know, playing against another person in a fighting game tournament or doing a speed run and, you know, putting your run up against somebody else's. It's a really cool challenge that all sort of revolves around just playing and understanding a game as much as you can. Best moments is when you're in your opponent's head and know what they're going to do and spank them for it. That definitely is very satisfying. When you do get to that point, you realize something about an opponent. You're like, every time this dude jumps in, he follows up with low forward. And then you start picking up on little things like dude jumps in, follows up with low forward. Dude jumps in, follows up with low forward. And then you get to that point where you're like, all right, here comes the jump in. I'm going to back up. Here comes the low forward. And then you whiff punish it. And when you're looking for it, you're like, yeah. And then on top of that, it's then up to you to punish it correctly. And then you got to do your combo without dropping it. But yeah, those moments are so satisfying when you're like, I've got you. I figured your shit out. And I'm going to punish you the next time you do this thing that is easily, you know, predictable. But that's also where tournaments can be fun. Tournaments can be so much fun because you'll have that kind of experience. And I've had this experience where I got to a point where even when I'm playing with my friends, like that same group of friends that I talked about playing fighting games with on Friday nights, most of them don't play fighting games with me anymore. You know why? Because I kept practicing and playing, and they played and they knew the games well, but not to the level that I did when I was going to tournaments and stuff. So they got to a point where they're just like, I don't play against you because I just get beat. And, you know, once there's too much of a skill gap, it stops being fun. And it's one thing to be like playing with all my local friends and being like, yeah, I'm unbeatable. And then I go to a tournament. I literally had this moment where I was on a super long win streak against our local friend group and even some other online players who were really good. And we were playing King of Fighters 13. And I was like, yeah, King of Fighters 13 is so much fun. I've got my characters down. I've got my team down. My friends can't beat me. The local people can't beat me. The people we play online can't beat me. I've got a huge win rate and, you know, everything like that online. And then I went to a tournament in Houston, and my first opponent for KOF 13 was Chris G. And a lot of you might not be fighting game people. You might not know who Chris G is. Chris G is one of the best fighting game players in the fucking world. And he's really fucking good at King of Fighters 13. So it's funny when you get in your head and you're like, oh, I'm so good. I can get in these people's heads and know what they're doing. And then you play against somebody like Chris G. And every single time I would think I have figured out something about him and now I will try to punish it. It would change up. The moment that I would recognize a flaw in his gameplay, he would recognize a flaw in his gameplay and change something. And he beat my ass in that tournament. So with KOF 13, you've got a team of 3 characters and you play 2 out of 3 sets. So he beat me both 2 out of 3 sets. And I think I only took 1 of his 3 characters in each of those sets. Even taking 1 character against Chris G is pretty good. I had to tell myself that when I cried myself to sleep after that tournament. You gotta try and put that in your head. Be like, I still did okay. Even taking 1 character. But yeah, it definitely is like, once you get to a competitive level, like tournament level for fighting games, it's crazy. It's crazy how different it is. Like the difference between playing at a level where you feel comfortable enough to go to a tournament and playing at a level where you will most likely win or get top placement at a tournament. It's such a huge difference. 499. We are 1 zone away from the final zone of Book of Memories after 5 years. My friend played Chris G in Third Strike, and Chris was telling your friend what was unsafe, teaching him how to fight against him as he was beating him. Sometimes you get lucky like that. Chris G didn't say anything to me. He couldn't really talk to me the way the setup was at the tournament that we were at. But I've definitely been to a lot of tournaments where I would play in casuals or play in pools where you are right next to somebody and it's easier to talk. And a lot of people were like that. A lot of people would absolutely give you help. Like, it was a very welcoming community. There's a lot of shitheads. There's a lot of dick holes in the fighting game community. Don't get me wrong, but the vast majority of people that I interacted with at fighting game tournaments and stuff like that were all like super chill, willing to play with you and like help you practice stuff and give you pointers and advice if they recognize something that could improve, helping you learn things that are safe or unsafe. It's cool. Like, for the most part. FGC is really neat, really cool to be a part of. King of Fighters series is quite popular in China. It is. It's very popular in China and South America, which is probably why I played a lot of King of Fighters growing up. Like, growing up in Texas, we had a lot of the Mexico players, a lot of people from South America playing, you know, on a lot of those arcade machines and tournaments and stuff in those early days. So I got to see, like, a lot of the South America KOF players in Texas and people who, you know, helped me get better at the game. Because, yeah, KOF is very popular in South America. South America and China. You know, Zhao Hai, he just won another championship, Evo 23. Yeah. I know of Zhao Hai. I've never played against Zhao Hai at any of the stuff that I've been to. Nub, did you play KOF 14? That game is so hard to me. I do play 14 a little bit, not competitively, but 14 and 15, I played a little bit here and there. I didn't get as into them. But then again, I don't really play any fighting games to like a super competitive level anymore. Like, I put some time into playing a little bit of Guilty Gear Strive. I put a little bit of time into playing Dragon Ball Z Fighters. That's about it. As far as like more recent games that I've really sunk any kind of time into. And when I say I sunk time into them, I don't even mean that much. Like Dragon Ball Fighters and Guilty Gear Strive, I have maybe like 200 to 300 hours in each game, which for a fighting game is not a lot. Compared to like when I was doing tournaments for Street Fighter 4 and Marvel 3 and stuff like that, I have, I don't even know, thousands and thousands of hours in those games. Gotta put in your 10K hours. I definitely was around 10K hours for Street Fighter 4. I was probably around like 2 to 3K hours in Marvel 3. Maybe around 1,000 hours in like Street Fighter Cross Tekken and KOF 13. There's a lot. So like if I wanted to try and beat your speed runs, do I just watch your runs over and over till it's burned into my mind? Or do I play side by side with you? That's actually a really good question, because you're essentially just asking, how do I learn how to speed run? And there is no real right answer. Everybody is different. Some people can just like watch another runner, and after watching it a few times, they start doing the whole run from beginning to end and just practicing it like that. For me, when I very first start speedrunning stuff, I usually learn it in little segments, but it's always a game that I'm already familiar with. So once I start running it, I just kind of basically do a casual playthrough and be like, okay, this is a game that I'm familiar with, and I'm just playing it and beating it again. Then I do a run where I kind of have it in my mind where the goal is to try and finish it as quickly as possible. But you know, just knowing what I already know. Then from there, I start looking at runs from other runners and seeing their route, essentially. If they use particular tricks, if they go particular directions, if they do anything different from how I played the game casually or quickly on my own. And then I'll try to implement those things, which will sometimes involve just doing like a section of a game over and over until I have it down. So like when I very first started learning Silent Hill 2 to speedrun, I was watching runs by a runner named T-Dog. T-Dog at that time had the second place time for Silent Hill 2 normal. And I would literally just practice like the first section. So from where you start the game in the bathroom at the start of Silent Hill 2 up until you make it to the apartments. All I did was practice that. So I would just practice my movement exiting out of the bathroom. Practice my movement going from the bathroom door over to the car, James's car, because you have to do a glitch in order to skip the map that requires examining that car.
This is not a dream. What's happening?
So it's like I would just practice all those little things up until the point where I got to the apartments. Over and over. Kikyo Sano, thank you so much for the raid. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Welcome. You're here right at the very end. We've got one more zone left of this game after this. And then I am done with this game forever.
What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Mom, thank you for the 500 bits. Thank you, Mom. Shoutouts to Mom Zombie.
Cutting straight to business, I see. Let's see what you got. I'll give you a fair price.
Hey, sorry it's such a small raid. Gotta say, hey, I appreciate anybody willing to come over here and bring anybody else with them. That's an awesome thing to do. There's so many great streamers on Twitch. I appreciate you just coming and spending your time here, let alone bringing some people with you. So thank you. Thank you very much. Gotta say, you've always been a major inspiration for doing Silent Hill 2 runs. That's awesome.
It's a deal.
I'm glad that my old washed up self can still inspire new runners.
Enjoy it now.
And I wish you all of the luck, especially for Silent Hill 2. Wish you all of the best RNG manipulation. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Very much appreciated. And Mom, thank you so much for the 500 bits. You deserve at least 1 bit per level. Hell yeah. 1 whole penny per zone. I mean, if everybody watching gave me 1 penny per zone, that's a lot of pennies. What are you doing? Swarms over here hiding. Been following you since the old YouTube days with all the deep lore runs? Nice. The YouTube days are back, by the way. I know I deleted my YouTube channel for quite a while there, but it's back. If you want to do !YT, yeah, there it is in chat. I do still have a YouTube channel, or I have a YouTube channel once again. So all of my streams, story playthroughs, challenge runs, speed runs, all that stuff is archived up there. I'm constantly still adding and archiving stuff to the YouTube and occasionally making new videos specifically for YouTube. Like recently, I did a song mashup because I'm a musician and my brain just hears similar BPMs and all sorts of things like that. So sometimes I hear weird similarities between songs, and I noticed some similarities between Knife Talk by 21 Savage and Drake and the song True from the Silent Hill 2 OST, which is the song that plays after watching the infamous videotape at the end of Silent Hill 2, or towards the end of Silent Hill 2. So I did a mashup of those two songs and put that on YouTube recently. Just random stuff that pops into my brain and I'm like, okay, I gotta make this. This has to exist now. This has to exist, and I'm going to make everyone else out there have to deal with what's in my head. So there you go. You can go watch that on my YouTube as well as all of my other story playthrough content. Hey, what's up, Vanera? In-depth playthrough of Silent Hill Mobile 1, 2, and 3. I will actually do that at some point. The only reason I haven't done it yet is because the quality of the like mobile emulators and stuff for those games is really terrible. I haven't found like really good versions to play and to stream that don't look like a sack of shit or barely work. But eventually I plan on doing the mobile games, Silent Hill Orphan series. That doesn't connect. What a horrible map layout. Ah. Hang on, let me catch up on chat really quickly. 22, it's just me. I'm here with Kikyo. She says you're good people, so I'm here too. Thanks for coming along with the raid. Coming along with Kikyo. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. You've come here on a very special day. We are defeating evil. We are completing a noble ritual that has been taking place for the last 5 years. In order to rid the world from the evil that is Book of Mondays, or Book of Memories. This is basically like Walter's 21 Sacraments. Except instead of lodging a soup spoon into my neck, I play 500 zones of this. God, can I even get to Howard's shop? Yes, it's not too far.
Step right up.
Take a screenshot of the time of completion so you can always remember.
It's good.
Oh, don't worry.
Well supplied.
There's no way we're going to forget this.
I do believe. Good luck out there.
As much as I would love to forget this, there's no way I'm going to ever forget Book of Memories. It is seared into my brain as one of the worst games I've ever played. Will you put the end of this on YouTube? Absolutely. Everything up until now is already on YouTube. Like every previous zone, every previous episode is already archived on YouTube. This is the last episode. Zone 500. Look at it. Look upon it and weep. It's here. It's finally here. The final zone of this fucking game. Is that one looking different? No, it's just a regular steel zone. Vencito, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 5 months. I'm ready. But are you really? Are you actually ready? It's a 6-piece zone. We're not going to play it. I'm just kidding. We are going to play it. But I have to do something first. Technically, we have to do this twice because we need to go in both directions. But we have to look back at our progress. And we have to fully take in our reward for getting this far. Boop. Also, I can be visible again. There it is. That's what all 500 zones is for, just so that you could look at this. Look at this dog in its control room. Remember Silent Hill 2? Remember how fun that was? Remember the silly dog ending? Well, there it is in the background, covered by all this UI. There you go. That's your reward. Hundreds of hours of gameplay, 500 zones. But to really take in what it took to look at that, we have to go back to the beginning. We have to look at everything that came before. Just look at how long it takes to fucking scroll through this shit. Remember the Zone 200s? Oh, remember the 100s? That was so long ago. Still going. Almost there. And there it is. From Zone 1 all the way to Zone 500. And all the way back down again. Let's go. From the graveyard, underground, through all of this, weird staircases, crumbling caves, underground waterfalls. It does not even represent Silent Hill. Not really. It's just hanging bodies. Look, big hole in the ground. Silent Hill fans, you love big holes in the ground, don't you? Random bits of red glowy machinery. Burning churches. Giant worm creatures. Exploding green energy. Murphy Pendleton's prison cell. I don't know. More underground ruins. Giant underground statues of skeletons and ladies holding a giant sword stabbed into another skull. It's fucking metal. It'd be cool if we could actually look at any of this. And then there is, I guess, a gravestone. And then under that gravestone is Mira's control room from the dog ending of Silent Hill 2. Zone 500. All right, now let's actually play the final zone. The final zone. The dog's name is Mira. Yep. It's been 4 years. It's been 5 years. It's been like 5 years and 3 months since I started this. It has to be epic, right? Oh yeah, sure. Can't wait to see all the epic new things in Zone 500. Yep, an average of 100 zones per year. All right, we got a 6-piece. We're guiding Mira safely through. Look at that. It's just like every other fucking zone before it. Wah 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 wah. We ended on a wah wah zone. We ended with the best fucking music in the entire game. The soundtrack to Demented Clowns fucking. That's what we end with. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. Quick question, what the fuck am I looking at here? The end of an era. You're looking at the end of pain and suffering that most gamers will never have to know in their entire lives. Nub played for our sins. Yeah, I was a little bit late for Easter. But yeah, Cap Insanity. For a more legitimate answer, this is Silent Hill Book of Memories. It's a dungeon crawler RPG for the PlayStation Vita. And this is the last Silent Hill game that ever came out that was not a canceled teaser or a gambling machine. But this is it. This is currently the last, or I guess most recent, Silent Hill game to exist. Which is why I'm so excited for new Silent Hill games to come out. Because even if they're bad, there's no way they're going to be this bad. What about Pachinko? That's why I said this is the last Silent Hill game to come out that is not a canceled teaser, aka PT/Silent Hills, or a gambling machine. Did Book of Memories really come out after Downpour? It did. Originally, they were supposed to launch in the same month, just like a week apart from each other. But Book of Memories got delayed. So, yep. Since it got delayed, this is actually the last Silent Hill game. Delayed for what? I know, right? Because obviously they had to polish it up into the perfect visage that it is now. Ah, yes, I remember shooting eye lasers in my Silent Hill games. Yep, great. Ah, but see, that's where you're mistaken. There's a lot of things wrong about this game. The eye lasers are not the wrong part. The eye lasers in this game are because of a weapon called the Princess Heart Wand, which you can see here in the top left. That's originally a weapon from Silent Hill 3. That was a new Game Plus unlockable weapon in Silent Hill 3. The eye lasers are perfectly fine and in line with previous Silent Hill games. That is not the issue. There's a lot of things wrong about this game and its existence. The eye lasers are not part of that. Perfectly acceptable eye lasers. They're a fun weapon, and they originate from Silent Hill 3.
I think I've got just the thing.
The problem is that this is a piece of shit game.
Now don't you
That's the biggest problem. The problem is that This is one of the most horribly designed, balanced dungeon crawler RPGs ever made. It's one of the worst. And the more you play it and the more time you spend on it, the worse you realize it is. Like, nothing is the way that it should be. Stats are not how they should be. Weapons and combat mechanics are not how they should be. Nothing works the way that it should work for a typical dungeon crawler RPG. They have all these like combat mechanics and things that they tried to put in it to make it have some sort of depth, and all of it is just, because of the balance of the game, it's all completely pointless. There's no purpose to any of it when you can just sit back and eye laser things. And then eventually the game scales up to such a point of difficulty that all you can hope to do is sit back and eye laser things, because there's not many other ways to progress. Trying to fight things with a melee weapon head on stops being a thing after the first 50 to 70 zones. Didn't know this existed until today, so thanks for that. Well, either you're welcome or I'm sorry. Probably both. Mostly I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had to learn about this, because your life is now forever changed. You have to go on living knowing that this is a thing. So it's 500 levels of this, just this. Yep. The 5 minutes of gameplay that you've just now seen, that's basically all of it. That is essentially this entire game. Zone after zone of this mind-numbing repetitive shit. This is it. The last puzzle. The last easily brute forceable puzzle. Just like every other single one of them. That's it. I'm done. 500 zones of this shit. What does the screen even say? There's no selection. There's nothing for next zone. What do we get? What do we get for our troubles? Where does this even put us?
This is not a dream. What's happening to this place?
Ducky, thank you for the raid. We just hit and finished Zone 500. You're here right at the very end of finishing Book of Memories after 5 years. All 500 zones. The game bugged out. This is a very long loading screen. Wonder what's going to happen. Oh, it just kicks us back to the zone select. And we get a different little piece of artwork for the Zone 500 select. That's it. That's it. We did it. That's all we get. No achievement, no trophy. Oh my God. Ducky, happy birthday, Ducky. It's appropriate that we finished this. Somehow that's appropriate that we finished this on your birthday. Happy birthday, Ducky. I hope you had a great stream. Thank you for bringing your wonderful community over here to witness the last time I ever fucking touch Silent Hill Book of Memories. You guys are going fucking crazy right now with subs and shit. Congrats for beating the best Silent Hill game of all time. Oh my God. You guys. White VR, thank you so much for the 2 months. Kibbs, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Wait. Did I see that right? Hold on. Kibbs, thank you for gifting a sub to Pastry Fun Tube. Vencito, thank you for gifting a sub to Owl Brother. The Nowhere is Here, thank you for gifting a sub to Deus Ex Logic. Wait, no, these are like multiple gift bombs. Why are they not showing up in here correctly? That's just appropriate. Alerts and things not keeping up. Kibbs, thank you for the 5 gift subs going out to the community. Vencito, thank you for the 5 gift subs. The Nowhere is Here, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Holy shit, you guys. Salamira, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Avatar 5D, thank you so much for 5 gift subs. Hey, one of those went to Techie. Let's fucking go, UFO Techie. Anonymous, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs going out. Kid Pro Quo, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Cap Insanity, thank you so much for the Prime sub. You got here on such a momentous occasion. Again, you guys, I started doing this in January of 2018. We've been working at this very same playthrough, the same play file, save file, from 1 all the way to 500. It says mission completed, no. That's because of the Valtiel mission. Those are optional. And we didn't do it. And the zone doesn't even end with a Guardian battle zone. It's just a fucking zone. It's like the most anticlimactic thing that they could possibly do. It literally just stops. It ends after 500 and just kicks you back to zone select. I'm sure somewhere in all of this, there's a metaphor for life or something. It's finally over. It's finally over. I never want to play this game again. I've played a lot of shitty games. I've played a lot of Silent Hill games that I'm not a fan of over the years. You know, I'm not the biggest fan of like Silent Hill Downpour and, you know, Silent Hill Origins and stuff like that. I still play them. I still speedrun them. We still do them. This game, I've done story playthroughs. I've done, you know, all kinds of other playthroughs with it. I've done 500 zones, all streamed, all archived. You can watch the entire thing here on Twitch or on YouTube. All 500 zones of this. I'm never, ever, ever playing this game ever again. Give me 1 second. See this? We're gonna change screens. Did I just see a PSTV? Yep. Here it is. We'll show you this screen just so that you can see what's going on. The power cable is taped to the back. Dude, I've had that power cable come loose and fall out during streams. I taped it years ago and it's been taped ever since. Never had another issue with that. The PS Vita card has been removed. Here it is. This little fucker. This has been the source of much pain. Much pain and anguish. For the last 5 years of my life. This is a Silent Hill candle. It smells like Silent Hill from Game Worlds Illuminated. Very lovely. Very nice. That smells wonderful. Just like Silent Hill. Smells just like Silent Hill. I'm singeing my hair. Worth it. Worth it. Flame purifies all. You know, famous quote from Silent Hill 3. There goes the label. Can we get this closer? Can we get this closer? It's like the Silent Hill movie when they set Sybil on fire. Oh, it's catching. Look at the label go. Oh, look at it. All the souls of the damned are being released. Melting. It's dead. It's fucking dead. Never again. Never, ever again. We never ever play it ever again. We can't. We physically can't. There's no coming back from it. It's goo. It's nothing. That's it. That's it. No more Book of Mondays. No more Book of Memories. Nope. It's in there. The evil has been defeated. And we're going to treat this like a ritual. We're going to treat this like a cleansing ritual. So that all of the new Silent Hill games that come out are better than this. There's no way. There's no way. After all of this, think about all the energy going out into the world from this. There's no way they could make anything worse than Book of Memories. Right? That smells horrible. And with that, that's it for me. Salamira, thank you so much for the 268 bits. Everybody coming in, all the subs, gift subs, new follows, raids, everyone else who's been just enjoying what I do and supporting what I do. I seriously can't thank you all enough. It's been such a magical journey. Just being on Twitch and streaming Silent Hill and finding so many of you like-minded fans who enjoy what I do over these past years. Again, I've been doing this on Twitch since 2011. And specifically with Silent Hill since 2015. This has been a long, long time, and I'm still not planning on stopping anytime soon. We're about to have a whole slew of new Silent Hill things to dive into, new story playthroughs, new speed runs, new challenge runs. And yeah, even with Book of Memories being a part of that for the last 5 years, it really has been something incredible and unique, being on Twitch and being sort of this part of the Silent Hill community and the Silent Hill fandom. So again, I cannot thank you all enough for not only being here and sharing all of these moments with me, but supporting me and letting this become the main thing that I do in my life, like my main income and the main thing that I think about. None of that would have been possible without you guys, and even stuff like that piece of shit. But that's it for me. Thank you all so much for all the love and support. I'll be back tomorrow. I don't know what I'm playing, but I'll be trying to stream as much as I can, hopefully all this week. I'll be back next Monday for something. Not that. Not that ever again. So yeah, this has been a magical day. And thank you all so much for being a part of it. Hopefully you all have a wonderful evening or a wonderful day wherever you're at. Be good to each other. Please. I know I complain about things, but these are just video games. There are real things out there in the world that are horrible right now. And I just hope everybody shows some compassion and some love and understanding to each other. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I will see you again tomorrow for some video games being played on the internet. Thank you for being here with me. Have a great night. Peace.